We're live. Oh, I should keep my hands off the screen because I had the cutest fucking nails, but they were on for like a month, and it got to the point where I just had to take them off. It was very sad. I was like, these are my emotional support nails. I miss them, and now my nails look really bad, and I should cut them. But it's crazy how I forgot to change the title of the stream. Of course I did. Of course I did. The only reason it really matters with the title of the stream is so like all the YouTubes don't end up. I'm just gonna title emotional support since I just said that. Fuck it, that's fine. I'm pretty sure whatever it starts as is what it is named when I export it. So sometimes I remember to change it once it gets to YouTube, but sometimes I do not remember. So we'll see. Welcome in. Thank you. If you've been here before, you already know what we gotta do, and that is holy ads. So when we come back, we will get into it. We will get into it. First time chat. Hey, how's it going? So I have to roll ads, and I like to do 3 minutes of ads because it gives us an hour in which we don't have to run ads. The alternative is running 1 minute of ads every 20 minutes, so I prefer to do the chunk. So, the thing about 3 minute ads is that you have time to do something. You can get up, you can get a beverage, you can go to the bathroom, you can light some incense, you can smoke, you know. We got 3 minutes, so we'll reconvene in 3 minutes. We will be right back. Okay, and break is over. What up, everybody? How's it going? What the fuck? Okay. So it is 11:11. Um, it's 11:11. Make a wish if that's what you wanna do. New hat. Got this at Fantasticon. I think it's called Fantasticon. I don't know. Oh, it was cute as fuck though. It is curvy pink. It doesn't look pink in this lighting. So I was trying to get to streaming a little earlier, but whatever. Y'all always show up late for me anyway, and I really appreciate that. Um, I it just took me like 20 minutes to try to set this up because this is not my residence. And so I had to like figure out how I was gonna set up so I could have the laptop plugged in. Whoa, hey, how's it going? I didn't know you were on Twitch. Did you literally just see my post? Hey, gotta follow my friends. How's it going? So it took me a while to figure out lighting, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna use the ring light. I wasn't gonna use the ring light, cause whatever, small table, but using the ring light. I feel very washed out. I feel like the glare is so insane on my glasses that maybe we should just take the glasses off. And I was thinking maybe we could choose a color. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You can see how orange my cheeks are. It's funny when I do makeup, it is very excessive. Like even when I'm not filming, because I wear glasses. So like it looks like I have way too much makeup on and it's like all up in here, all the way up here. But when I put my glasses on, it looks normal. And so I feel like I really truly do makeup for glasses. And then when I take the glasses off, you can see that I'm actually quite, see what I'm saying? It's like cute when I got my glasses on. When I take them off, bam. I don't really know how to do makeup. I used to just be all about writing all over my face. Um, but you know, you know, I don't think I'm that good at it. It's all right. It's just, um, yeah. So cool. Some of my friends might come. I feel like we have so much to talk about. Because it's been a while. I haven't streamed since I don't remember when, probably September. Maybe not. Maybe it was September. I think it was like right when I came back from New York, I was streaming. If it wasn't September, it would have been like June. Something crazy. It's been a while. So I'm back. I basically stream whenever I can. Except I don't know. When I was streaming every day, I had my own studio space to do the streaming. I had my own setup. I had a permanent setup. Since then, my mic is on the fritz. My camera completely stopped working. I have to share my space where I had a setup because when I first moved, I was still streaming a lot, but it's a shared space, and so it was like it just wasn't working. So now I stream when I can. But oh my god, all my friends are here. I shouldn't say that. I have a lot of friends. But that's the thing. When I was streaming every day, it wasn't just having like a space for it. It was also like I did not really have a social life. Like I would sometimes go see my family, and that was pretty much it. So I didn't I didn't do anything. I would like spend all day prepping for a stream, by like meditating and praying and going on Reddit to find topics to talk about and like seeing what people, like I really like dedicated my life to streaming before, and now I um even sometimes when I sorry, I'm a little stuffed up, it's allergies. Um Even when I think I will stream or want to stream, something comes up and I end up doing something social instead. So one of the last times I streamed, we kind of talked about how like sometimes I feel more socially fulfilled after streaming than I do after a social gathering because of the type of interactions we have, right? Because some people are really good for conversation. Shout out to Blue and the homies. We have some good combos, I think. We hang out. Shout out to 777. We have real deep, meaningful conversations. But that's not all my social interactions. So sometimes they are a little more like we're just hanging out and talking about random things, and I don't get the same fulfillment as I do when we talk. Or like I said, there are specific people that it's like, oh yes, that felt good, and I feel great. Um, I'm walking away with new information, new perspective, new peace, right? Um, oh my God, wait a second, what did you do? Thank you. Thank you. Were you not able to subscribe for 1 month? So that is one thing I wanted to mention. My subs, gift subs. Oh my God. Limited time discount, get 35% off 5 or more tier 1 gift subs. Oh my God, why? I love you, but holy shit. 6 months? 6 months? Thank you. That was the best gift that you've given me all week. I appreciate you. And for that, I'm going to start streaming more. No excuses. I can make it work. You know what? Part of the reason that I'm like, oh, the shared space is difficult is because I don't have like all my, what up, Dom? I want to talk books with you too while you're here. Well, I have a subscriber again. I used to have like 30 to 50 subscribers when I streamed every night, and then I stopped streaming, and obviously nobody kept subscribing. So I don't blame them. Like, I'm not mad about it. I stopped streaming. So now we gonna have to stream at least once a week. I'm gonna try to do it like not every night, but like damn near. I'm reading the same books. It's embarrassing. I haven't been reading. I'm telling y'all, I am really social. Really social. Really social. I don't know where it came from. Like, I'm friends with my neighbors. I'm friends with my coworkers. I've become a regular at a local bar. What? And I get invited out almost every weekend. I got 2 cons this weekend. Like, I had a birthday last weekend. Like, I am extremely social. That's okay. You don't have to. I'm just saying I have a subscriber. Gosh, I feel like I got. I don't even feel like hyper or talkative. I just feel like there's so many things that I'm thinking. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I am drinking a little bit of espresso, but it's actually the espresso I made this morning. Did y'all? You saw that. I've used this ring light. It's not my ring light. I borrowed it. But I have used it several times. No, literally, what the fuck was that? I've used this ring light several times in color mode. I've never seen it do that before. Never in my life, ever. Why? When I'm talking about espresso? That was weird as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, that was really weird. That was really weird. Maybe it's dying, but it's just did it 2-3 times and now it's perfectly fine. Okay. Oh my god, all my friends are here. This is so cool. I got my fucking IRL shorties and my Twitch buddies. This is crazy, you guys. Yes, it's a coconut water. This is okay. It's okay. It's okay. Use talk to text. Actually, it's a computer, I think, if you're using a keyboard, but either way. So I made espresso this morning. I've been running water through it all day because I don't need to keep having like a ton of caffeine. And I don't mind watered down coffee. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but I drink Americanos. What difference does it make if it's weak ass espresso or if it's watered down espresso? Like, it's the same shit. It's not the same. That's not nearly as good as an Americano. Don't get me wrong. It's trash, but it's a taste. I like it. And I've also been feeling really dehydrated lately. Granted, summertime, I was drinking 80 to 96 ounces of water every day, right? But it was hot. I was landscaping. I was working around the house and inside, outside, just like doing a lot, spending time on the lake, being outside, sitting on the porch all day. Definitely was like sweating it out, and required a lot more water. And I would do a liquid IV almost every day. But now that it's winter, fall, but it's winter, I just feel so dry and dehydrated. Ever since we had to turn the heat on, I just feel dry. And my body doesn't really want water. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't want to just drink water. Doesn't want to just drink water. So I am having a coconut water to kind of up I think there's electrolytes in this, right? Isn't that why coconut water is so good for you? It's got like a whole bunch of good stuff in it. Let's look. There's a little bit of calcium, potassium. That's a big one. That's potassium. It doesn't really say about anything else. A bit of sodium and carbs in this, which is interesting. But it's high in potassium. It's 10% of your daily intake of potassium for one liquid drink. I think that's kind of good. But if you like coconut water, let me tell you, this is the best. And I really don't understand how they taste different, because it must just be like there's different breeds of coconut, right? Like, this is from Vietnam. So Goya is from Mexico. Vina is from Vietnam. So like, they're probably just growing different coconuts. They have slightly different environments, but they taste very different. And I've tried pretty much every coconut water I've ever come across. I see coconut water, I'm buying it. Like, it's just, I love coconut water. I just had coconut milk today too. Like, I love coconut, period. So when I tell you, what is this doing? We're gonna have to ignore it and just have a strobe effect. This is the best coconut, and I am not getting paid. I am not sponsored. I would love that, because if I could just get this shit for free, I'd stay on TikTok for that. You know what I'm saying? Vinut, best coconut water I've ever had. Like I said, it's Vietnamese. It's crazy good. It's the most coconut taste of any coconut water I've ever had. And the reason I was bringing up location is because every single coconut water, unless it's flavored, the only ingredient is coconut water. So like, how do they taste so fucking different? I don't know. But this one, number one ever, no contest. I don't even have like a backup or one that I like enough. Like, they all taste okay to me because I've had this one. It's so good. So if you like coconut, oh boy, you're in for a treat. If you're local to me, No, exactly. Some of them really aren't that good. They don't taste like coconut. They don't taste like real water. Like, agree. Some of them so bad. If you're local to me, I can tell you a few spots where I've seen this at. Just saying. This shit's so good. Okay, so that was a really long tangent. Let's continue. Like I said, I had like a whole list of things that I wanted to talk about. Um, Dharma Dom, are you still there? It's okay if you're not. If you're not, you wouldn't know I'm saying this right now. So, I was just gonna go into something specific to Dom that maybe some of you others would want to hear about, but there is a delay in the stream, so I'll give it a second. I think he might be gone. And also, we will do tarot. Sometimes I wonder if I should be changing my category and putting on just chat for a little bit, but honestly, like, it's tarot is such a good filter for like who shows up. How did y'all find my Twitch anyway? Because I didn't. I know he's always disappearing. He pops in, he pops out, pops in, he pops out. Do I have? I probably have my Twitch link in my bio. I was like, how did y'all find me? Actually, Twitch link is probably in the bio. It's not. What the fuck? Oh wait, it is. It's right here. I actually have to update all the links in my bio because I changed my handle. Also, is consistency important? Should I change my Instagram handle back to Illy Milly? Because I was missing Scapetti. I really wanted Scapetti back. I thought that's one of the best things I ever came up with. I have two Instagrams. So the main one was Illy Milly. That was almost like my business account. That's where all my content goes. But came up with a cool name for my other Instagram also. And so at first I had that. Illy is, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's on my business cards and shit. I should probably just give up Scapetti. Nobody used it. It was my handle like 5 years ago. And then when I went to go switch it back, it was still available. So I don't think anybody's like, yeah, Scapetti is for me. No, it's there whenever I want. Maybe I'll make a secret third Instagram. No, I probably won't. I could also just change my name to Scapetti and my handle to Illy Milly. But I do feel like I need to go back to Illy Milly kind of because it's consistent across the board. And I didn't update anything. I have not been feeling okay, so we got a lot of creatives in the room. Blue does video editing and music. Crash does music, and you do photo edits too. Dom, I don't think he's still here. He does some really cool digital collages, but they're like Buddhist. It's really, I post them sometimes, but and music. He makes an insane amount of music. I mean, Dom was doing a song a day or like an album a day, some crazy shit. Like he was on some fucking crazy shit. It was crazy. He was putting out music literally every day. And 777, also an artist, but kind of in a similar phase to me. We haven't been our most creative selves. We're doing a lot of inner work, I would say. Cardoso, I don't know if I'm even saying that right. Also a musician. Not sure about any other mediums. So we got lots of creatives in the room. My best friend is here, you guys. That's great. Well, I don't even think you have an Instagram. No. Oh, you are still here, Dom. That's funny. You really do pop in and out because I was just asking if you were still here and you didn't say anything when I was here. So, not really. And I am having a hard time with that. So, you asked what I was reading. And don't be sorry. You are a free man. You can do whatever you want. It's also a different time zone for you, so I understand you got shit going on. Couple things. Books I'm reading. I am still reading The Gnosis of Carl Jung. In fact, I haven't touched it probably since my last stream, which was like 2 months ago. I hate it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I can't even believe I said that out loud. I fucking hate this book. It's very dry. It seems like it would be really interesting, and there's one part of the book that I was intrigued about, but it had very little to do with the rest of the book. I think it might be translated, and so I feel like, translations don't always convey the message that was intended. I'm very bored with it. And I think that at this point in my life, after being on meds for 2 years, I feel brain fried. Being on my phone too much too, brain fried. Like, I don't think that I have the mental to be digesting the seven sermons of the dead, or whatever it is. I have not even tried to pick it up in 2 months. I haven't. It's so over my head. That's why I shouldn't say I hate it. I'm just admitting it's over my head. It's too much. I cannot really truly comprehend it, nor does it interest me, because in the first probably how much of it, maybe 30 pages that I've read, it's not holding much interest for me. However, the other book I'm reading, intense. It's called My Brother, My Land. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's such a good book. It's such a good book. It's about a Palestinian family. What just happened? Oh, okay. I thought we got disconnected because OBS just, that was weird as fuck. Something weird going on tonight. We're gonna maybe have to do a little channeling tonight, which I haven't done on stream in a long time, but I do it at work sometimes where I channel for people. But that was weird. It literally just minimized, and it is a touch screen, but there's nothing touching the screen. And the light flickering and this just closing out like that. I thought it shut down. We got disconnected, but it just literally that was weird. So anyway, it's written from two perspectives, this book that I'm reading. So it's like a woman recounting her time and her family's time in Palestine. She was born in the 60s. And, pardon me, it's also the man who interviewed her giving a third person narration. And so they go back and forth from first person perspective to third person perspective. It's very cool. They make it very easy. They use 2 different fonts, so it's very easy to follow who's talking. Okay, we're just again dealing with the strobe effect. It's a really, really good book. If you oh wow. Okay, so maybe I need to maybe it's a good thing I've been drinking coconut water then. If you I shouldn't be doing gang signs on stream. You get what I'm saying. Reading this book, okay, we don't hate them. There's a difference. Okay. We know who we hate. Okay, so if you hate them, you will hate them even more if you read this book, because you will realize how bad they have always been. Always been. I learned things in the first 10 pages. No, I'm not multi-streaming. Um, I learned things in the first 10 pages that I never knew. And my hate runs so deep for that that I did not think I could hate them more, but I do. That is how bad it is. It's like, holy shit, my hate was not enough. And I can't even think of anything I've ever hated more. Ever. Like in my life. So yeah. That book, really good, really engaging, really beautiful, sad, depressing, hopeful, tragic, like, oh my God, it has invoked every emotion in me. However, I really can only read up to 3 chapters at a time. I have not been able to read more than 3 chapters at a time of this book. So I'm a little more than halfway done with it in the last like 2 months. So both these, like, this has taken me an incredibly long time. That Jesus and Buddha book I read, Jesus and Buddha as Brothers, that took me 4 or 5, exactly. Exactly. Um, the Jesus and Buddha as Brothers book took me roughly 6 days to finish. So for me to be like taking months to read a book, it's either boring as fuck, like Blitzed was very over my head. We talked about this. I was reading a book about being. I'm sorry, I feel like the over exaggeration in what I'm saying, it's almost too readable, but we don't have to really get into that. It was like I almost felt dumb in a way because it was like, wow, you've repeated yourself like 6 times. I totally get it. Um, I felt dumber reading it in a way. But also, again, I don't think English is his first language and you lose a lot in translations. And of course, there's like Buddhist words. Would they be Chinese? Not to be rude. Indian words? Indian words, right? Siddhartha was Buddha, so Sanskrit. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Indian isn't even really a language, but yeah, thanks. Sanskrit. So there was a lot of Sanskrit words I obviously didn't know and couldn't figure out how to say or anything like that, and it was hard to remember what was what, and I don't. But everything else, it was like, damn, you like really simplified this. So no shit, I read it in 6 days. You know what I mean? It was a short book. But Blitzed was the last book that took me months to read. It took me months to read that book. And that's because it was dense and it was 3 really long chapters, which is so annoying. They had like headers within the chapters, so I'd read like page and a half and then be like, okay, I'm good. And then the next section would be like 10 pages. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get through this, but I'm done. I could only really read a little bit at a time because it's historically accurate. But when I read Tripped, which was the sequel to Blitzed, I read that in 10 days. I was like, whoa, this is so good. It was so good. That one's about feel me? And okay. Um, those were not gang signs. That was sign language. But that one was really good. Like really, really good. That one again I read in 10 days. Blitzed was informative, but after a while you're like, oh my god, I do not care to read about this topic any longer. Like, I'm fucking over it. So I'm good on that. But it was worth reading, and I'm glad I read it. I learned a lot of history. And I think if you read Tripped, you do have to read Blitzed. And I would say I recommend them both. I just think Tripped was like way better. There are Norman Ohler, I think his name is. Really, really good. Get a library card if you don't already have one. Go check out books from your local library. So, as many of you already know, I have a book problem. And the 2 books I'm reading right now are library books. And I'm trying to dedicate myself to my own collection because I can't stop buying books. I have a serious problem. I always buy used books, or every time I see a free library, I stop and look. Sometimes I take a book, sometimes I don't. People giving away books, I'm there. You know, I love books, and I have a real problem where I'm collecting more books than I'm reading. So I'm trying to get off the library. Unfortunately, it's taken me forever to read these 2 library books I have. I actually have a 3rd library book. So I checked all 4 of these out at the same time. The Jesus and Buddha book, obviously returned that months ago. But I got another book called On Palestine. And I didn't really know who Noam Chomsky, I don't know what his name is. I didn't really know who he was, but I'd heard his name before, so I got this book. And I'm reading it, and honestly, the introduction was super pretentious. And it was almost like they used and I know I'm dumb, but I'm actually kind of smart. You know what I'm saying? This was very convoluted language to be using for a topic that you would think you'd want to be accessible. Okay? It was very pretentious. It was very unnecessary. It was very run-on sentence with lots of big words, and it just slows down the reading. Now, the interviews were not like that as much, but it made me stop and think, I can't even tell what stance these people are taking, to be perfectly honest. I can't tell if they're being neutral. I can't tell if they're talking shit. I can't tell if they're for a good cause. Like, the language in it was so bad that I stopped and did my research. So the guy who did the interviews and wrote the introduction is French. Okay. The other guy, I can't remember if it was Noam Chomsky or Ilan Pappé. One of them is an American Jewish person, and the other one is an Israeli. So even though I understood it was more for the cause, I get that. I was like, honestly, I'm not reading this. I'm not wasting my time trying to decipher this pretentious ass book that is written in a way that overcomplicates the situation for no fucking reason. If you're really about it, be about it. Again, make that shit accessible. Okay? We're all brain rotted. And I mean, the book is older, but I was just like, nah, man, because they got me, because the title is On Palestine and the cover has a Kafia print on it. So I'm like, oh, this will be good. But it wasn't good. And I just honestly don't care about your perspective, because at the end of the day, there's gonna be part of that book that justifies what they did at some point in their history. And I know that. And I know that. Okay? I don't have to read the book to know at one point he was the opposition. I don't need to know that. And I understand people change, perspective shifts, you can be who you are now. That is not how I want to choose to spend my time or how I want to learn about the situation, which is why I got a book that was actually Palestinian. This woman is from Palestine. Her family lives in Palestine. Like, you know, and it was published in 2016. Can you even fucking fathom that I'm telling you that I hate them more than I've ever hated them, and that book didn't come out until 2016, and people will still die on the hill that they did something wrong on October 7th, 2023. That is crazy. That is legit crazy to me. Like, so fucking crazy. So I highly recommend that book. But yeah, that I haven't returned it yet because I was just waiting until I returned the other books, but I should just go take it back and check it and be like, hey, I have all these books, but I am not done. I've done that before. I'm like, this is taking me a really long time to read, but I wanted to show up and show you I have the book, because they don't do late fees at my library, and they'll just auto renew it, but I have to like go check in and be like, hey, do you have anybody waiting for this book? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is yes, way more, way more, way more, way before they ever did. That's what's crazy. Like the 60s to the 80s, 90s, like they've been doing it the whole time that they existed for nothing, for nothing. Okay. And so, okay, I admit, like, the book is realistic and she definitely goes into some of the things they did to retaliate, but I'm heartbroken. That's terrifying. I also am being, what? Hey though, hey weird. Um, I'm also censoring myself and being very careful what I say on Bozo's internet. So I get it. Um, yeah, that's part of the. It is honestly. I think that's another. I love you. Um, I think that is another reason that I don't stream as much. Exactly, freedom of speech is dead. So we've always gotten on here and we've always criticized Gloria and we've always made jokes about who's watching, and it was all in good fun. And it was like things that everyone talked about. And you still see like people with huge platforms discussing these things and their content staying up, but you also see a lot of this content being removed. And I am not saying like, oh my God, I can't risk my content, whatever. Um, but we just don't know. Yeah, fuck Gloria, indeed. Insta's not even a good platform for it. I think Zuckerberg would turn us over like that. I do not think we need to go beyond that. I think Discord is probably not too bad. Actually, I don't know who owns Discord. It could be terrible. It could be total trash. We really don't know. Yeah. Yeah, like absolutely. Like gone. Yeah. So it's really hard. But I think that the state of the world did amen, exactly. Do you really have an OnlyFans? I'm see, that's yeah, okay, forget it. Um, Not sure how Gil Bates truly feels, but he's up there fraternizing with whomever, so I think that he could get it for sure. Um, yeah, so we just have to be careful about what we say, more or less, and that's extremely sad state of the world. And maybe it'll change. We really don't know what's going to happen, but it is what it is. Oh, but actually, they own that too. Company owns OnlyFans, so that's also off the list. Um, Comes down to like encrypted chats. Basically, there's no free internet anymore. Excuse me. That would actually be so badass. No, I often wonder what their plan is when they do things like this because I guess they just want slaves. Like I honestly like I don't know. They're letting us die and killing us at such an alarming rate that even if the outcome that they wanted was $209 idea, even if the outcome that they wanted was slavery, right? Money, right? There won't be any workers left for the means of production. And even if there's enough workers for the means of production, who's the consumer? So, like, the money eventually will stop if they continue to put us down this path. And that's what's really weird to me about the whole situation is that what is the plan? Like, what, honest to God, what is the fucking plan here? Like, letting us all die off and starve and you know what I mean? Like it really doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I don't see where it's going. Unless it's, yeah, hell on earth for sure. Um, as many of you know, I did deal with what I dealt with and got real scared about hell for a long time. And I'm not gonna say I'm not scared of it anymore. It just, if I think of it, I do try to think like, what the fuck, right? Like, what in the actual fuck? Like, I've seen some horrible things. So, what's crazy to me, and I kind of talked about this to a friend of mine. I don't think I brought it up on stream, but I was experiencing some bad mental health. It is absolutely they will. They probably already do it to many of them. But I experienced some really bad mental health, and I will just be honest in saying it was psychosis. Okay, that is why I don't smoke weed anymore. I know, like, I don't stream very consistently, so you may have not realized, like, I really don't smoke. Um, and I may have talked about it, and then I'll do it on occasion here and there. Not anymore. I haven't since I think July, 4th of July was probably the last time that I attempted to hit weed, period. You know? Yeah, that sounds about right. I can't do it. It puts me in a bad mental state, and I think that it affected my moods way more than I realized. Where like I used it to regulate my moods, but I think that I was having, oh, perfect, thank you. All right, love you. Thanks for popping by. Um, I think that the habit was creating the mood swings, instead of me having mood swings. And are you serious? Exactly, dude. It makes me scared. And that brings up a deeper truth of like, okay, is that why I'm not spiritual anymore because I don't smoke weed? And was the weed showing me what I needed to see? But also, I should be able to attain spirituality and I wonder if Dom is still here because this is where I wanted the conversation to go, and it just kind of segued into this very naturally. Um, the monks, right? They don't do anything. They don't do anything. And they are some of the most spiritual people on earth, right? I don't want to bring priests into this because there's not spiritual, they're religious, and I think there's a big difference, but a lot of spiritual teachers don't. It might be that for sure. I don't even think some of it's really that real. You know what I mean? Like, I think it is kind of a mental state that we're in. And like, sure, maybe you can connect mental to spiritual, and some spiritual teachers or people will say that the mentally ill are of the most gifted people, right? Um, I was having visions of hell, and I thought I was in hell, and I thought I was on my way to hell. I thought I was being led to my death, and I was going to die, and I was going to be, which is not terrible. I thought that I was going to be in hell, and the hell that I created, that I saw, that I envisioned was beyond what I could conceive, beyond anything I've ever witnessed. This was like 2 years ago. This was September 2023. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying, where it's like triggering like the wrong stuff, right? I don't know how much of that is truly spiritual, but I do know that I'm not as spiritual of a person because I got scared of what I saw. And I'm trying to be more spiritual again. But how does one achieve it without a crutch? And again, there's so many spiritual people and teachers that have never smoked weed. So obviously, we're missing something. You know, like we are missing a factor or a component of what we're looking at here. We're saying this is the end all be all. This is the truth. No, it's not though. It's not though. Because if it was, then everyone would do it and they would all need it and it would be recognized as such, right? And it would affect people the same way. And it doesn't. You know what I mean? Some of us have underlying health conditions that are exacerbated by weed. Yeah. So what was really interesting for me is that I am very much haunted by this incident that I had with the psychosis. And again, things I saw, I could have never concocted in my wildest nightmares. Truly. But something I have noticed over the last 2 years since this happened is that it's real in our world. So I think it was less about a place that I was going and going to be banned to, and you know what I mean? And it was more like that is the reality of people's lives. Because what was I imagining? So I was in a hospital, right? And I was convinced that I was going to be harvested, internally harvested, right? All my organs. Guess who's returning bodies with missing organs? Okay. I was convinced that I would be shot at when the walls of the hospital came down around me and opened up to a war zone. Well, who did that happen to? So, some of the things that I was seeing, like, ended up happening, right? So, it wasn't even truly, and those are just a couple very, very prominent examples. Also, thinking I was going to be divided amongst countries and slaved, like trafficked, basically, like all these things. Oh my God. It was like a reality. It was less a vision of hell and more a vision of the future that was to come for people. Like, very real. And so it was very scary, and I still think about it and I'm like, oh my God, like what did I do to deserve this? And because I thought everyone that I've ever met was going to be there going through the same things because of me. Why does that make any sense? It doesn't. But they have literally done this to entire bloodlines. So once again, not necessarily a vision of hell, but a vision of literally 2 months later what started over the last 2 years. That was crazy. Like, that is truly terrifying, and that is people's reality. And the least I could do is risk my little platform and my little bit of money to talk about it, even if we're using code words, even if we're not saying everything out loud, even if we have our little workarounds. The least I could do is call attention to it. So I've always been a spiritual person. I've always considered myself psychic. I've always channeled the dead. So for me to have seen those things and been so scared, only to slowly realize over the last 2 years that that is literal reality. Literal reality for people. We know who, right? Super mind blowing. Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll see because we don't even have freedom of speech. Like, who am I gonna say it to? I don't know. I don't know. They could silence me before whatever, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, yeah. I truly believe that I was seeing the future. Not. It's not eternal damnation. It's not some other reality. It's literally exactly what ensued over the next 2 years. Premonition. Premonition. And I never want to do it again. I never want to do it again. And who knows? It could happen somewhere else. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, we could be next. But would they be so audacious? Yeah, maybe. We really don't know. So, anybody who can't identify with the plight of the people suffering are going to have a very rude awakening when it starts to hit closer and closer and closer to home. So God bless us all and pray for us all because I really hope nothing like that could happen ever again. But who would have thought it'd be happening now in the first place? So I'm just saying, if you're still buying the propaganda, if you're still holding out for, like, I can't even help with that. I'm not going to tell you guys why I just thought about this, but I am going to bring it up. Ooh, we got to, sorry. Yeah, yeah. I completely know what you're saying. I used it as an excuse to cry, and today I kind of let it all out, and I did just cry, you know. Um, so you know, shit's pop off crazy. Um, but what are you gonna do? Like we really can't do much, and it's sad to say, but whatever. This is all we can do is be open to these. I agree. I actually have been thinking about quitting drinking. And the thing is like, I'm not an alcoholic, really. No offense to anyone who is, but I don't wake up and drink. I don't need alcohol to fall asleep. I don't drink every day. I don't drink alone. There's like very rare occasion I'll have a drink by myself, and usually I'm on the phone with someone drinking. You know what I mean? But I'm a social drinker. It just so happens there's lots of social events in which I'm drinking, and it'll add up. Where I'm like, I don't drink every day, but if I go out 4 days in a row, all of a sudden I have been drinking for 4 days, and there's only 7 days in a week, and that's not every week, you know. Well, I was drinking Friday, I was drinking Saturday, I was drinking Monday, I was drinking Tuesday. And it's like, that's literally 4 days out of 7 days, right? Agree. And that's the thing is amen, amen. We should all hit a sig break. I'm about to play a commercial in 5 minutes if you want to wait, but it might be too late. You might not get this message because there's a delay in the chat. But because I was always a smoker, I never really drank. I was just talking about this with someone. Maybe it was you. Yeah, we got literally 4 minutes and 44 seconds until a 3 minute ad break. So I never really smoked cigarettes, never really drank alcohol. It would be like maybe once a month. I might do it at a family gathering. You have a glass of wine, I'm Italian, you know what I mean? Christmas, we always did shots. But other than that, it would be like once a month or less that I would just drink casually. And then I'd hang out with certain people and I'd be a beer here, beer there, and then I'd be like, damn, I don't even want to hang out with them anymore. I drink too much. Now it seems like everyone I know drinks not a lot, but kind of, you know, where again, I am more social than I've ever been. Not ever, but in a long time. I would say when I was like 19 and going to raves every weekend and hanging out at the diner, and you know how it was. I was way more social then, but this is the most social I've been in like the last, I don't know, 10 years or whatever. Besides like doing cross country road trips and going to shows with a big group of people, but it would be like one thing every few months. This is like again multiple events and going out every weekend for me is crazy. And then I have like 3 days during the week that I just do almost nothing, barely anything. And then it goes back to my weekends being crazy. So I end up drinking a lot. And sometimes when I'm drinking, I'm having, I would say, 1 to 3 drinks or 3 to 5 drinks. It's rare that I'm actually like getting drunk, right? But of course, then I end up having more cigarettes. I don't sleep as well. I get heartburn and I have all these hangover the next day or whatever. And I'm just noticing that I will get depressive lows, but I do not get manic highs, right? And it's driving me nuts because I'm like, I just don't agree with the heartburn is so real. I love hearing a young one say that. I thought I was just getting old, but no, it's bad. I feel like it's especially bad with dark liquor. And I usually drink vodka. Vodkas will give you the least hangover, the least heartburn. Like vodka is not good for you, but it's better than some of the other alcohols. But I'm just noticing like I'm very unmotivated. I'm very down. I'm very somber, I think is a word I would use, where I'm like, I don't know what it is anymore because I am actively doing things to make me happy and I'm doing less social media time. But then I just get really into fucking games on my phone. It's embarrassing how much I play the games. I just get into other stuff. And I use Finch. We've talked about this. I use Finch to make sure that I'm getting things done in the day, you know. And I have a little bit of a creative outlet, at least with the cons and stuff. Oh my God, dude. Yeah. That's scary as fuck. That's what I'm talking about, where I feel like, even though, again, it's not that much, it's not every day. I'm not constantly getting drunk. I'm not drunk all the time. I'm rarely drunk. You know, like I said, I might drink 3, 4 times a week, but I'm getting drunk one or less of those times, right? So it doesn't seem like a lot in the moment, but I do think it's adding up for me, where it's like, oh, that could possibly be why I don't fucking feel good ever. Like, ever. Like, I don't have energy anymore. And I blamed other things, but I changed those things and I have not seen an improvement. So I'm like, okay, let's keep changing things. Let's keep doing things. And I think that cutting back on or eliminating alcohol is gonna have to be my next step. Yeah, no, I know I'm totally not because, like I said, I don't even drink alone. And I think that's really not key for an alcoholic, but definite. Yeah, I just think I'd feel better. So we're out of time. I have to roll the ads. Let's all take a quick smoke break since we have no other vices. We smoke cigarettes. That's the thing. I never used to smoke cigarettes, but it's because I smoke weed and I don't smoke weed and I smoke cigarettes. But I quit vaping, y'all. I might hit a vape like someone else's vape here and there, but I don't have one. I don't use them. Like I smoke 1 to 2 cigarettes a day. I've already had 1.5 today, so I'm gonna finish my half, and I might have another half before bed. I might. I don't know yet. So it might be 2.5 or 3 today, but that's still, some people are smoking a pack a day, more, even 10 a day is a lot, So on average, 1.5 a day, you know. Thank you. Thank you. So I love you all. Let's take 3 minutes, get some fresh air, and we'll be back at it. And if you want, we could do some tarot. If you want to keep talking, we can keep talking. But I do have to roll the ads before they auto roll, so we can discuss it later. Love you. Sorry to all the non-smokers out there. We just took a quick cig break. I had half a cigarette, but it was American Spirit, so it probably took just as long as if I smoked a regular cigarette, right? I smoke organic cigarettes, okay? Is this organic? It's not from concentrate. So, whatever. I should wash my hands, actually, before I start touching cards. I learned that lesson by doing events and bars and stuff, So I'll probably go wash my hands. You don't all have to do that as well. I'm not going to play more ads. Well, I guess we get the time back up to an hour, but whatever. I'll be back. Yes, we are so Zach back. Okay, so we're back. Down is still with us. Down does not like tarot. So going back to spirituality, it's hard for me because I don't feel like I'm really in spirituality. And I think that is a factor of why I don't stream as much. We talked about like the space and it's hard, but it's also like I don't necessarily feel like the same kind of spiritual person that I was. But there is something kind of inherently spiritual about tarot, and I still do that all the time. So in a way, I am still spiritual because of that, but in other ways, it's a little different, whatever. So it is what it is. Yeah, so gonna let everybody come back and check in. I think we're good. Took like a nice long break there. But yeah. So my hair looks really dark pink still. It's actually very faded and light right now because I dyed it like a month ago. I don't wash it very much, but gotta wash it sometimes. So it looks a lot darker than it really is, which I like because this looks like the color I dyed it. This part is like the actual color, and this is like the color I dyed it. But yeah. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Thank you. Yeah, we should talk about how to adjust and cope through these trying times. It's hard. This is gray. I think it's the yellow. Oh, the yellow light is probably making it look more pink. And it's making my gray dress look green. But it's very hard gray. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of what deck we could use. I think the Halloween Oracle might be nice because I use that for shadow readings and channel messages. PSITMXSD. Oh. I don't, I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I'm not getting it. Okay, so I guess my first instinct would be Halloween oracle, so we could try that. That's cool though. I read the Tao of Pooh and the Tao of Piglet, or the something else of Piglet. I don't remember. Actually, I don't know if I finished the Piglet book, but I read the Tao of Pooh in middle school, maybe high school. But I reread it like a couple within the last 2 years. Yeah. So I guess we could use the Halloween oracle dealing with the shadow. Although the conversation is nice. Yeah, that's how I feel about the analysis of Carl Jung. It's so hard to understand. Yeah, and like, I totally get writing for intelligent people, but some things I think should be accessible. Just a personal opinion. So, let's see here. And we'll do this stack as well. I kind of overused the fuck out of it, but that's alright. And maybe, maybe this one. Yeah, not feeling it. If we get to it, we get to it. But if not, you know, it's whatever. So, I have this oil. My friend's in a shop, like a crystal shop. It's the coolest one that I've ever been to, straight up. But this is Sunset Faience, and it smells really good, and it's supposed to help you connect, and I don't know if I need it, but I like to use it. So we're gonna do a little dab of that. A little tiny bit goes a long way. And it smells, it's like peaches and jasmine. It smells so good. Get a little close up on it. You probably can't really read the label. But yeah, there's like lots of good little rosemary in there. You can't really see the details, but it's cool. So, how are we feeling? Trying to get into the tarot zone. Try to relax. Center. So, we've had a lot of really good discussions tonight, and I appreciate you all for being here. Tarot never scared me, never has, probably never will. It's something that I'm very comfortable with and that I do very well. Other aspects of spirituality, like the visions, totally did scare me. But like I said, I've contemplated these visions for the last 2 years and realized like people are living out the things that I saw. It's really scary. Yes, humanizing from becoming desensitized. And that's just it, is the intention is to desensitize us to atrocities and things of that nature, to make us more, yeah. Fuck, I know some of y'all can definitely relate to that. You know, in times of war, we must find peace. So, let's get into it. Okay, so that's our intention. We wanna know, like, how do we deal? What do we wanna do to cope? How can we help? What is the situation that we're in? I like to reset the deck, and I don't always get a chance when I'm at work to reset it every time I use it. I gotta get people out of my room, so I don't sit there and fuck around. I feel like spirit is really trying to come to me right now. And it's crazy because, like I've been saying, like I don't really feel that connected. And today I kind of did pray a little bit and wanted to feel God. As I was sitting outside, the sun was setting, it was really nice out, nicer than it's been in days. And I just really needed something. And it felt good for a minute, but then it almost was completely lost on me. And earlier I was really upset, I was overwhelmed, started my period, I was crying. And I was playing Chelsea Girl by Nico, my favorite album. It's very depressing. To the point where I've been listening to it and people are like, what the fuck are you listening to? This is some sad music. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but it's good. So I was listening to this album and I was playing my stupid games and I'm texting and, you know, at one point I just said, look, let's sit with it. Let's just sit. And I laid on the couch and I stared at the ceiling for like 15 minutes. No stimulation, just music. And it felt so good because I feel like that's something that I would regularly practice, was doing nothing. And trying to break screen addiction, right? Because like I said, it's not even social media. Sometimes it's just games, texting, watching things, you know, it's just always something going on. It felt really good to like disconnect and actually just be listening to music, nothing else, even if it's music I've heard before. So that was really good, and I want to make that a daily practice. I'm gonna try to like just put music on when I first wake up in the morning. And even though it is depressing, I think Chelsea Girl is very comforting for me. And I think it's peaceful and calm and has lots of stringed instruments. And I'm just gonna try to wake up, especially in the wintertime, just wake up and listen to that album. I don't need to get hype in the morning, you know, but I just think it would be nice to do that. So I'm gonna do it. Oh, I feel like I'm just getting hit with this wave. I also think about the fact that, you know, I felt like, oh my God, I'm going to hell, this is hell, blah, 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 blah. But what's interesting is how much of that is conditioning, because I am Catholic. I went to Catholic school. That narrative has been pushed on me my entire life. But then you also have to think that there are other religions that are even older than Catholicism with different beliefs and different systems. And so it is almost kind of silly to imagine that that's true over some other truth, you know? So, yeah, there's like scary things that we might encounter, but the most evil in this world comes from humans. It's very sad and disturbing, and it's a lot to deal with. So sometimes you gotta let go and let God. Yeah. So why should I? I talked to a friend of mine. This was a while. It was like one of the last times that I smoked weed. Well, no, it was what happened with the weed was that I ate an edible that was way too strong and it made me paranoid. And I instantly went back to that hellishness. And perfect, that's great. I love to hear it. Everyone can do the same if they feel so inclined. But I asked my very spiritual friend, like, what do you think about hell? And she gave me two answers. She said, I think it's a frequency. Okay, low vibes down below. Makes sense. She also said, I think if it's anywhere, it's Earth. I said, yeah, really good point. Really good point. Yeah, I think you're right. So let's, not sink to that level. Let's not get to that point where we're living in that frequency or focusing on that part of the world. We existed so long as people without the concept of heaven and hell that it seems unnecessary. And it does seem like it's something that we or they have brought upon us. Yeah. But that's exactly what we were talking about when I was telling you about my visions. To me, it seemed like hell. But in reality, that is what people live through every day. It is on earth. And yeah, I think that's why, like I said, I feel like I'm getting hit with spirit, like I'm getting a true message. And I can't really decipher what the message is. But one thing, when I put my head down, I was really focused in. I was trying to get a message, trying to connect, seeing God. And the only message I got was money. So let this be a reminder to us to spend our money wisely. Sure, we might buy cigarettes, and those cigarettes are from corporations, and that's our one vice. We stopped smoking weed. We stopped drinking alcohol. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. And she helped me get through what I was feeling. You know? And there is that healthy dose of reality versus that extreme paranoia. And I ate that edible, got extremely paranoid. And that paranoia stuck with me for days after that. And then every time I smoked, I went to the same exact place. And the thing is I'd smoke and I'd get that paranoid feeling for like 20 minutes and I wouldn't want to be alone and I'd freak out and then I'd calm down and start being rational. And I think another message that I'm getting is we cannot care the outcome of everyone's lives. There might be people we care about, but we're not supposed to care about. I know it sounds harsh. It's just what I'm getting right now. So let's remember, especially through the holiday season, where we're spending our money. If we can shop non-corporate, if we can shop local, if we can support small business, if we can support farmers directly, if we, money is a huge part of what we can do. Refusing to shop at Walmart, refusing to go to big box stores, not doing our Christmas shopping at the mall, It might seem like it's more expensive, but we're doing it in better conscience. So that's a big message that we're getting. I'm also hearing the weakness of the snowfall. Cold climates really test you. Agree. it probably is action and assertiveness. And again, what actions can we take? How do we assert ourselves? Economically, financially. It's a very important decision to make, right? So the other day I bought myself a Red Bull. Still haven't drank it. I probably should stop buying Red Bull. I don't need it. Where our coffee comes from probably matters. I'm not quite at that point of figuring out what's the best coffee to buy, right? Just things like that, when we have to really ask ourselves what's worth it. A thought that I had today in regards to spirit. Before I wanted to stream tonight, and I was kind of thinking of reasons why not. And me not feeling spiritual was one of them. And I literally thought to myself, yeah, we might all be one, and we might all be connected, but I don't want to be. I don't want to be connected. I don't want to be one. Right? And that's really, really hard. We're sharing oneness with 8 billion people. There's 8 billion of us. Crazy. And some people are taking it upon themselves to do population control. Straight up. So, it's just crazy. It's crazy out here. And something that came up a long time ago, probably more than once, was that I read that comment again and now I can't remember what I was going to say. That all throughout history, it seemed like end times. There have been multiple times in the course of humanity in which we thought the world was ending. We can even go prehistoric when we thought the world was ending, or they thought the world was ending. And at no point did it ever end. Right? So times can be really scary. And some of us are like, God, I wish we lived in different times. More recently, within the last couple of years, yes, absolutely. Someone in the last couple of years really emphasized the Vietnam War to me. Something I never really thought that much about. Where they were like, that was crazy. We never stood a chance in that war because of the territory. We sent children, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, children, into battle in a foreign land that we knew nothing about and could not survive, getting them addicted to opium and allowing them to be slaughtered, right? And they had every right to defend themselves. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have done it and they're the bad guy. I'm saying we should have never pursued that. We should have never done that. And it's crazy how long it went on. And like I said, I never really considered how crazy that was. And it was one of the most kind of even wars, right? Where we had the technology, the numbers, the weaponry, but they had the lay of the land. They had experience. They had knowledge. And in that way, it was an even fight because it's like, yeah, you can try to take us out and use this and that, but we've got our own shit and they won. I feel like people don't really talk about the fact that they won. They just say there was a war and it ended because, yeah, yeah. We have a very hard time admitting that we lost more than a war. We lost half of the male population at that point, you know? Decades of trauma. It's just crazy. Crazy. I'm getting chills talking about it. Like, so crazy. Um, and now we see wars are a lot less equal in that way of like one side has this advantage, the other side has this advantage. It's completely uneven playing fields at this point in time. There's clear advantages on one side, right? So that was like the last, yeah, right? So sad. It's so sad. But it is necessary for us to have these discussions because, like we talked about, what else are we supposed to do? We show our support in the ways that we can. We have the tough conversations. We do these things. I'm thinking of a Peter Gabriel song. I can't even think of what the song is called. But it goes, river, river, carry me home. Living river, carry me home. River, river, carry me home to the place where I come from. I think it is a sexual thing, but taking it out of context, it sounds very beautiful. Also, Peter Gabriel is a real one. He's been a long time fave, and I couldn't be more proud that he did play that concert in support of, if you know what I'm talking about. And his most recent album, I.O., had a lot of support on it too. And what's really interesting is that there's a song called, it's something about the olive tree. And I'm like, wow, damn, you with the shits, you know? And there's another song that I was listening to, and I was hearing the lyrics, and it was like about like this is our land and stuff. And it wasn't the olive tree song. So there was more than one song on that album that was like, you know, which was really cool. And I'm like proud to be a fan. And what's crazy is that album came out in December 2023. So either he wrote that shit real quick, put it out real fast, like within 2 months, or he was already working on his support for that cause. Exactly. That's what I'm saying is he wrote a song about it. You know? But let's watch what we say. Put a Z or an at sign in there. or they're gonna come fucking. I don't know how serious they are on Twitch or how much they censor, but I'm just saying we're gonna spell things wrong when we type them. But the album is I.O. So if you search Peter Gabriel I.O., you'll be able to find it. Okay. Oh shit. I got a new card. Damn, okay. So I was just thinking about this. It is. That is weird, huh? So YouTube has not been good. They've been playing ads for the cold, if you know what I'm saying. And they have swiped accounts. Just content disappeared, right? And I pay for YouTube Music every month, and I have for years. I started using it 10 years ago. And they gave it to me for free for a while. I think I started paying for it like 9 years ago. They gave it to me for free for the first like 3 years that I used it. And I was like, that's so cool. I'm just going to pay for it. I don't even care. And they haven't even really raised the price at all. I get ad-free music, free downloads, videos, etc., offline playlist. I love it. But there is this kind of a call to boycott YouTube, and I just don't even know what would replace it, because I feel like YouTube is not as bad as Spotify, but at the same time, I don't know. It's all pretty bad. And I have bought a ton of CDs, used CDs, so unfortunately, I'm not really supporting the artists as much as I'm supporting the local record stores and bookstores where they sell the used CDs at, but which is good. I'm still supporting small business, right? I've been buying a lot of CDs, but I listen to them in my car. And I don't have a CD. I probably have one in storage somewhere, but I don't have a CD player. So when I'm at home or if I'm walking, like, I use YouTube. And my card expired this month. Last month I got a new card. I have to update my payment plan to keep YouTube Music ad-free and all the gigs. I can close my phone. You know how, like, with YouTube, if you close the phone out, it stops the video. But because I have YouTube Music, it doesn't close the video. It's pretty cool. So I really like it, but there is a little bit of a call to boycott. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. If I'm gonna renew or if I'm gonna skip it, and support the cause. But it's hard. It's like, we do have to start giving up some of the luxuries we have. We do have to start thinking about where our money is going. We do have to. I think that there will be a huge shift into, like, okay, so this Peter Gabriel album, he made 12 songs, and he recorded 2 versions of each song. So it's technically 24 tracks on the album. And I'm going to read you the titles of these songs. Panopticon. I don't know if that's a real word, if it's something he made up. The Court. Playing for Time. I.O. 4 Kinds of Horses. Road to Joy. So Much. Olive Tree. Love Can Heal. This Is Home. And Still. Live and Let Live. I'm trying to think of the song that I heard that really stuck out. I don't know if it was this song, but looking at the lyrics, there's some things I want to point out. Here beside the churning sea, a calm came over me because I know this is home. Home is where I need to be. I know you are my home. Running down these roads of glass with no way to see through them. We struggle through the buzz and the grind of one thing I'm certain. I know this is home, and home is where I need to be. I know you are home. When you strip the whole thing down, let all the feelings flow, and we're standing there in the garden watching the world roll out below. We float on love like a river through the night. All the colors bleed to light. I looked as far as I could see to see what was showing, scattered like a bag of seeds wherever the wind was blowing. Whatever bothers you in the day or night, it'll come and go. But then it's you and I. We just keep moving on, walking down the road. When we make it hard, when I left you scarred, It looks like all has gone. The love creeps through from deep in me and you, walking down the road. Go back home. Looking for answers, but they're hidden from view. There's no way of knowing, and here I am holding you. There's nowhere else I'm going. I know this is home, and home is where I have to be. I know this is my home, home, home. This is my home, home, home. You are my home. That, to me, he's from the river to the sea, from the Rhine to the seed, like very for the cause. Like that's a very beautiful song. It's not even the one, I don't even think that was the one I was thinking of, because the one I was thinking of was like talked about the land. But I can't not remember what song it was. Just how much does it have to hurt before you let go of the pain? Just how deep does it have to be before you yearn to be free again? Every wound can lock you away. You can walk or you choose to remain. With an eye for an eye, again and again, until the whole world is blind. Release all the shackles one by one. We belong to the burden until it's gone. Lay the burden down. I'm going to lay the weapons down. William Blake wakes his sting, drawing out Martin Luther King. Tutu and Madiba saying rainbows still exist, the voice of the elders coming through the mist. To be brave enough to listen, to live and let live. Takes courage to learn to forgive. I'm telling you, like, it's just, yeah, it's just so crazy that, again, this came out in December of 2023. So he either was already working on something to support the cause, or he wrote that shit in 2 months. Wrote, produced, and did all this in 2 months. I think it's very cool. I can't remember what song I'm thinking of. Buried everything that you never want found, and the court will rise while the pillars all fall. We've got the healer and the birthday cake. We got the real thing. We got the fake. You got the ladder. Look, there is the snake. How my body begins to ache, and the court will rise while the pillars all fall. You got the money going up your nose. You got the data. Don't control where it goes. What you have left is getting down to the bone. Your only memory is on your mobile phone. That's so crazy. I can make out the voice of law out in the market, all our lives on sale, and the poles are drifting further apart. Recovery cannot fail. Got contingency details and they're all in place. Got the big shot barristers to plead my case. Got my baby throwing up on her chocolate milk. A black cab judge reaches for his silk and the courtroom arrives when pillars fall. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Deep. I mean, really, like, again, proud to be a fan. Proud to be a fan. Yeah, I'll just send it to you. The album. I know we were going to do tarot, but this was really important work, in my opinion. So yeah, we should all listen to that album. Okay, sounds good. Sweet. Wow. Somehow, we were supposed to do tarot, we just talked for 40 minutes since our last cigarette break. That's crazy. Um, so I think what I'll do is we'll just take a break. You can go smoke. I'm not gonna smoke again. I'll probably use the bathroom. Then we'll come back and we'll try to focus on tarot. Actually, sorry for anyone who's waiting in anticipation. We will get there. It's just hard. We have a lot to catch up on. We're having a really good conversation, doing important work. Oh my God, chill. Okay, so we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Let's 3 minutes. We'll reconvene. All right. All right. Welcome back, friend. I'm here. I was just lost for a second. I was in a moment. Anybody else still here? We got some good views going up on Tuesday. I think it's Wednesday, but that's okay. So, um, I do want to acknowledge that we did talk about some hard hitting stuff. We, right? We definitely like it's not necessarily high vibes to be like this depressing, you know. Um it's sad, it brings us down, so we gotta find ways to lift ourselves up even when we're talking about these things. And it sounds selfish. I mean, it sounds so crazy to be like, how can I feel better about what other people are going to? Like, it makes you feel worse almost to be like, well, I need to make myself feel better somehow. Okay. So we will get into the cards. And I do want to start streaming more. And it's not that I don't want to use my platform for this purpose, but I don't want to spend like tons and tons of time on this because I think it's important to keep the platform. It's not spending the time. It's again, we have to watch what we say and maybe speak in code and maybe find a platform where we can talk to each other. Um, so that we can keep going. You know what I mean? So we can keep at it, keep doing what we're doing. Um, it's just it's crazy to think like I don't know. I don't know. If you have been here for a while, Crash, you've been here for a while. There was a time a couple of years ago we talked about the decades. Do you remember that? And we went way the fuck back. Um, basically talking about how it was like an 11-year decade, not 10. Yeah, yeah. I think it'd be cool to have a Discord type server. I never got into Discord anyway, so I don't care if it's owned by Microsoft, but something, maybe an encrypted chat or somewhere we can be like semi-anonymous even. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Nobody ever got into Blue Sky, which is unfortunate. I don't even think I made an account, but yeah, I get it. Mine's also fried. Totally get it. Um, so we talked about the decades alternating between essentially love and hate. And I was going into how it was like from 1989 to 1999 was like very depressing. It's when grunge took over and heroin chic was everything, and people generally had. That's true. I just I never got into Discord. I had a really hard time using and understanding it, but let's talk about it. Maybe you can teach me. Um, but we were talking about the decades alternating. So like first example, 89 to 99, very dark times. People were very outwardly depressed. The music was depressing. The clothing was depressing. Like the whole scene was depressing. People were starting to realize like, thanks, thank you, grandson. People were like, um, back in war times, you know, whereas it'd be 78 to 88 was like hype as hell. People were happy. They were a lot less aware of the world. They were doing uppers, like sort of a love decade. And then even from 2000 to 2010, things were also party rock, like hype as hell. People just like loving life, listening to Kesha, again, just completely oblivious to like war in the world, you know. And then from 2011 to 2021, I'm having a hard time with the math. I said 11. When we did this the first time, I was like, that's actually 11 years, which makes sense because 1-1, right? That was like a really hype time for people, but then the next decade, 2011 to 2021, I guess, was really tough times. That's when we had our first peach presidency, and that's when things got really divided, and that's when protests were breaking out all over the country and even all over the world, and we got fucking sick, COVID, you know what I'm saying? It was dark times again. And I went further back than the 80s to where this literally lines up, this theory of like each decade being the opposite of the one before it. Like the 20s was big time party time. And by the end of the 20s, it was a Great Depression. And in the 40s was the war, but the 50s was good times. And the 60s seemed like good times, but it was a war, protest, da da da. I think I'm mixing them up right now, but anyway, we went back for the whole century of like decades flipping, being all about the love and all about the hate. And what's interesting about that pattern is that we should be in a decade of love, according to this theory. Now, a lot of what I say is channeled. So it was like information I was getting on the spot and interpreting and sharing, right? This is supposed to be a decade of love, starting in 2022, basically, until 2032. Now, we're 3 years in and it's not looking that good. It's looking pretty bad. Like there's a lot going on and things are not good. People did not get along and it's very polarized. We got peach back, like, it's frozen. People are freezing. You know what I mean? Let's hope it changes. Keep trying, buddy. We gotta hope it changes and hope that things stay on that course of this pattern that once again was recognized, but also again delivered to me through spirit, higher power. I don't know. However the fuck I get any of the messages that I would get. So, I was so fearless. I used to be so fearless. And we were just talking about how scary shit can be. I was so fearless. Remember how I drew the whole human layout thing? It was just crazy, the things that we would discuss. And I was like totally just like, this is what it is, and da 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 da, and bobbing along. And then bam, it came and hit me straight in the face. Knocked me right on my ass. I've never been the same since. So I tried, but anyway. It's just interesting to watch things unfold. Because again, things seem really bad. But this is my reminder to all of us to have hope and love that this will be a good decade. Off to a rough start, but we're closing out the last decade. We got 7 more years. And things do seem to be really bad, but also slightly changing. Yeah, like it does seem like a big thing is those damn files. People are getting antsy. Support down for the peach, really, really bad. He has like a 30 something % approval rating according to Fox News. Do you know how bad it's gonna be for Fox News to be admitting to that? Like, people are tired of it. People are sick of it. Nobody wants this. And so I do feel like as much as we're divided, people are coming together more than ever at this point. And I am looking at this through a very US lens. I get that. But it's just a reminder to definitely have some hope and to really believe that things are getting better and know that we ultimately will make the right decision, and things are going to happen for the greater good, and these wars will end, and people will stop being kidnapped and trafficked, and we will experience this love in our lifetime, in this decade. So let's fucking hope that's the case. Let's fucking hope. Yeah, and absolutely, I completely agree. But they are questioning things, even if they're still believing them, if that makes sense, you know? Even people are even starting to see churches in a different light, which is kind of crazy. People are definitely being exposed. Yeah, it's not, but you know, the more we raise our vibrations, it's not that simple. Also, it's really not that simple, but we have to be strong in that, and we have to do our best to focus on that, even though it does seem like an impossible task, and it does seem selfish, and it does seem silly. We have to do it. We have to do it anyway. Let me check on real quick. Um, yeah, so we'll get into some cards, but really quick. Um, yeah. So yeah. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. Cool. And something that I have noticed in myself when I talk about how I'm not creative anymore and I'm not the person I want to be and I don't feel as confident streaming, um, you know, it's because I used to be a very hopeful person and have dreams and, you know, be a go getter and think we could change the world and all shit. And even my own hope has died quite a bit, you know, feeling down and getting dragged under, you know. So it's of course it's way easier said than done. I'm not even doing it. But here we are to hold each other accountable and help lift each other up. And that's what it comes down to is it's gonna take community. And people are very, very based in the community conversation right now. Mutual aid is getting people by. Like even things like food banks is still technically mutual aid, you know? So in the face of adversity, we must smile. So all that being said, I'm not gonna lie, the tarot doesn't seem that important. Is it just me, or does the tarot not seem that important? But we're gonna do it anyway. Because like I said, I still do this all the time. Tarot is my day job. So, um, we're gonna do it. Well, you know, I've been on the tarot category all fucking night. I want to respect it. I gotta pull some cards. Otherwise, we could have been on just chatting. I should explore some of the other categories. I just don't even know how to look at them. But okay, I think we'll just go with this. There's a few cards. It's not a ton, but I just feel like it's probably fine. And we're gonna look at this cut. of the deck. So I'm not telling anyone to go out and buy a GUN. However, this might be telling us to go out and buy a GUN. Just kidding. Um, Depressed people do not do that. But we have jack-o'-lantern protection, and we have skull of darkness, blind spots. So we need to. Well, no, because sometimes there's not very many people in the tarot category, and I think just chatting is like thousands of people all the time, any time of day. Whereas tarot, like when I signed on today, there was 13 people watching tarot. 13. Clearly just one streamer probably had all 13 of them. You know what I mean? So no, I don't think the tarot category actually is helping in that way. It's just, you know, I probably could switch it up a little bit and just see what else is out there. It's also, I hate to bring him up or anything, but it is kind of crazy that that would be sweet. I used to have a singing bowl, but I think I gave it away. I never know. I'm so good about just handing my shit over. But yeah, I have to go get it, but I have a crystal pyramid. I really don't have a place to put it. I would have to just do it when I'm over there, but I have a crystal pyramid. It's so beautiful. It was a gift from Miss Jubler herself. And I would do that before meetings. Yes, yes, yes. That's crazy. We just brought that up at the same time. It's pretty much in storage, but yeah. Next time, I'm gonna make it a point to stream. I seriously, like I said, like I pretty much work and party all weekend, Friday to Monday, and I have these 3 days: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I schedule any appointments I have, get scheduled those days. I have things that I want to do, don't do them. Like I get so down and depressed between my weekends, and I need to start doing things, you know? And I think streaming is very fulfilling, and it makes me happy. It makes all of us feel better, relatable, us that I do need to integrate it back into my life. Period. I do. So I am gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way. But what I was saying just now is that I think it's crazy how like, you know what? I don't want to get into it. I was gonna bring up CK situation, freedom of speech, and how that ended, and how it was probably not the guy they said it was, and it's honestly crazy. Like, honestly, fucking crazy. The point that things have gotten to, but it is also crazy how long he spewed such hateful shit before that happened. And it wasn't until he criticized you know who that happened to him. So I don't know. It's really wild. Yeah, everything is kind of right. It's Bozo's internet. So okay, we'll try it. I just will not put that shit back on my phone. No, my laptop. That's what I was having a trouble time with. Is that every time I turned my laptop on, Discord would pop up. And it would annoy the shit out of me to the point where I deleted it because I wasn't really using it. So I was like, fuck this. But I think it's good to stay in touch outside of the streams, and then if we're ever all not doing anything, be like, you know what, let's jump on stream. Another thing too, I think that would help me, right, is because I get dressed up and look cute like this again Friday through Monday. But sometimes on the off days, I like don't even. Oh, okay, thank you. See, you do have to teach me. My off days, sometimes I don't shower. Sometimes I don't do my makeup. I wear sweatpants, and you would never know if I was wearing sweatpants right now. That's not that important. But I think that if I just got ready like I used to and was like ready for anything all the time, like I would be more inclined to do it, So I'm gonna try to hold myself accountable to like actually be stream ready every day, just in case I decide to stream. But every time I do this, I love it and say I'm gonna do it more, and then weeks go by, months go by, and I'm like, God damn it, like I need to fucking do it. So we're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it work. Okay. But again, we have to watch what we say. We do, and it sucks and it's stupid, and it does make me feel a little bit cowardly because of what people do still share on the internet. But if we want to keep this thing alive, then we have to be conscientious of our surroundings. So, anyway, um, protection. That is what I'm talking about. So as much as we're like, let's get to the reading, this is the reading. Is having again these tough discussions and like actually going in about this shit. Skull of Darkness, blind spots. We have to pay attention to things that we aren't paying attention to. We have to be prepared for anything. We have to. I always joked about being a witch, but I don't even really do spells like that. Like I am not super witchy necessarily. I have always been more of a spiritual person and not a craft person. And there's nothing, well, there's certain things wrong with some stuff for sure. Like it's, different, whatever. Everybody's got a different path. But the reason I brought that up is because I immediately thought protection spells, where we need to actively be protecting ourselves. And part of, yeah, no, I bet. I used to make my little mind potions, and I never want to give that up, right? Like, I want to, so no offense, but I want to be able to do a mix of spirits and consume it and be okay. But that means cutting out those things in other times. I don't care if I'm chilling with my friends. I don't need to drink pointlessly. I don't need to be so drunk I can't read a book. I don't need to be so drunk that I pass out with the lights on. Because I did that recently. It was like not even a month ago. I got fucking wasted. I just don't even really. I was drinking so fast and something so sweet. I was at like a housewarming thing. The party was over, and the girl hosting invited us anyway because I had missed the party. And she's like, "We're still here. You guys can come over." Okay, so we went, and my friend had made spiked cider, and no one really drank it at the party. So I'm like, "Oh, I'll drink it." How much of it did I drink? I don't know. Okay, wait. And then I gave a great reading, great tarot readings. And then I came home and I'm trying to smoke a cigarette, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put this out. I had an open drink. I go in my room, I get in bed, I set the drink down, I got my lamp on. A few hours later, I wake up with the light on and the drink still in my bed. Yeah, dude, I've definitely been there when I was about your age. When I was your age, I was a little younger, but yeah, I chugged way too much wine and literally sprayed the bathroom wall red. Yeah, oh, been there, buddy. Um, can't chug wine, and that's the thing. Is like I don't need to chug wine. I like to have a glass with dinner. Not every night, but just on occasion with the right people or whatever. Um, but yeah, I got so drunk I fell asleep with the light on and a drink in my bed. I sat up to turn the light off and the drink starts sliding off my book. I'm like, whoop, and I put it down and I turned the light off and I went back to bed. And the next day I didn't do anything. And it's like, what is the point of living like that? Was it fun? I guess. You know what I mean? Was it really worth it? No, it wasn't worth losing an entire day for. And that's what I was talking about earlier is like just because I don't drink every day and I'm not an alcoholic doesn't mean that the alcohol's not affecting me in the long term, right? Like do feel like I'm lower energy and less motivated and killing my brain cells. Where it's like, yeah, no, I've got to cut it out. I've got to stop. Like, I've just got to be mostly done. Because, like I said, if I want to make my own post shit, if I want to have a glass with someone, if I am celebrating something, sure, like, I can handle myself. But never do I need to just, oh, it's Friday. Who cares if it's Friday? Who cares? Like, literally, who cares? What the fuck? Like, no, man, I'm good. I'm good. And I think it would honestly change my life a lot, despite the fact that I don't do it that much to where, quitting would have any real physical repercussions. I just think I'd feel better. And I think it's time. Because for the last like 10 years, I had one phase, I worked at a really divey country bar for 9 months, and I was drunk the whole time. At work, drunk. On my off days, drinking. Just drunk for 9 months. And then a few years after that, I worked at a bar for less time, probably 3 months. Same thing. Drinking at work, drinking when you're off work. And those are the only 2 times in the last 10 years that I drank heavily and felt like an alcoholic, and the solution was to leave the bar. Right? And it worked. Left the bar, stopped drinking. So this is the most I've drank in a long time. And I go so long without it that it's like, why even do it? But again, I quit smoking weed. That's why. That's how I was. I'd go to parties and everybody would be drinking. I'd be like, I'm just gonna smoke a little bit. I'm just gonna where my stoners at. I'm just gonna go whatever. Yeah, I know. And I didn't have a car a lot of the time, or I lived close by, or somebody would drive us home and da 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 da. So it's just time I grew up a little bit and cut back a lot. So, because, okay, going back to the tarot, protection and blind spots. Being drunk is a blind spot. Not paying attention to your surroundings, not having a normal speed reaction, not, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. I'm about to start carrying around some salt, I think. Like I think I'm gonna go buy some salt just to carry around. Just so I can everything. Everything. Especially if it's winter, might as well. Right? So I'm about it. We have to be prepared for anything. We have to be prepared for what we don't know is coming. And this is not in the sense of like panic mode, bunker status. Like, it's not that type of shit. It's like a daily interaction. Not having those weak spots, not having those blind spots. Exactly. 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 It's just time that we up our game a little bit, regardless of what that game is. So, super cool, super cool, super easy. So many ways for us to do these things. And I think we could all start there. We'll all start with some salt, and we'll reconvene maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. I'm busy this weekend, but ready to go. Ready to go. We gotta do it. Next card, Skull of Flowers, creating through the ashes. Rebuilding the rubble. Okay, that's the salt. or the drinking. Um, yes, exactly. Like just every table, like yeah, I'm totally with it. Totally with it. Um, oh yeah, every time I spilled salt, I always, I don't know if that's like from us, like the generation before me taught it to me, but I don't know if it's an industry thing or if it's an area thing. But anytime I've spilled salt, right hand, left shoulder, every time, every time. Um, I don't even know why. Nobody ever. You don't need an explanation. And that's the thing about. Oh, I never heard that. Um, that's the thing too about like talking about like being a witch and witchcraft and stuff is like there are things about me that are superstitious. I used to lift my feet over train tracks forever, and it wasn't until the past couple of years that I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And I'm not really sure why I stopped. And maybe now that we're having this conversation, I'll start doing that again. But one thing, if you've ever been in a car with me, yellow light, every girl I know ever, every girl I have ever known has known to do that. And every guy I've ever known is like, what are you doing? Girl code. Thank you for the yellow light. I know, it's just what we do. It's what we do. So it's like these little acts of protection, right? And we love that. Love that. You get us. One of us. One of us. I'm just kidding. Um, we have to start enacting these little acts of protection. Just kind of like even like having my oil, right? To focus in on what I'm doing, you know? But creating through the ashes does instill that hope that we talked about that we're missing. Um, things are bad. They are trying to burn it down. We are at a point where we're letting it. Things are falling apart. Things are being destroyed. Literally, look at what's happening. Let's not even talk about it. Things are being destroyed. We will be creating through the ashes. That is what we do. We are creating through the ashes. I just thought of Blind Melon. When it all comes tumbling down, whenever you're around. Yeah. It is what it is. So face down is like what we need to know or what we need to address, you know? What needs to come to surface. Midnight, the most magical hour of all. I always associated this card with John Lennon, and I'm not really sure why. Because it was the first time I did a channeled message with any tarot deck was this deck, and it was John Lennon, and it was on Halloween in like 2021 probably, maybe even 20. It may have been 2020, may have been 2020. Yeah, so it's crazy how far we've come. And I'm not gonna lie, I may be older than I ever was, but I also feel like I just look better and better as time goes on. And I know that's irrelevant. I was just thinking back to that time and I can picture the stream. I know exactly what I was wearing and I know how my hair looked and everything. And it's like aging gracefully over here, I'll tell you that much. Like, yes. And I may be a little bit thicker, but it's just gonna help with the happy lines. So I don't care. I'm getting strong. That's my whole purpose. Work out to get strong, not to get skinny. I don't give a fuck about getting skinny. I give a fuck about getting strong. So yeah. Midnight, the most magical hour of all. So, amen. That's beautiful, isn't it? I love you. I love you. Thank you for being here. Um, that's crazy. I honestly thought it was 4 years. You sure it was 2023 and not 2022? Pretty sure you've been around since 2022, bro. I think it's 4. Yeah. Think about that. Think about that. Because 2020, you remember yeah, it was definitely 2022 because of where I know where I was living. And I know you were around when I was with my ex. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It was 2022. You had a different account. Yep. Yep. Polaroid. Yeah. Yeah. It was 2022. And I think it was like August or October. Well, I'm probably confusing that with you, but maybe October of 2022. Yeah. But no, maybe it was winter, December. I don't know. But we're going on 4 years. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe it was August, like I was saying. July, it doesn't matter. We're going on 4 years. I don't even know what either one of them means, truly, to be honest with you. Um, Me and 777 go back 20 years. Going on 20 years. We're old, okay? Absolutely. I'm really glad to hear it. Yeah. Okay, there you go. It was summer. Glad you remember. So yeah, we're coming up on 4 years next year. Crazy. We're coming up on 20. That's really cool. Um, but yeah, so um midnight, of course we're up at midnight right now. Um, I have been really hard on myself for sleeping in lately. I have an alarm set and I don't really have like reasons to wake up super early. I work afternoons. I schedule my appointments in the afternoons. Like I don't got anything going on in the morning, but I'm noticing like I don't do anything at night anymore. Like when I was streaming every night, um, of course I'm gonna sleep in the next day, but there are nights where I stay up and I don't do anything and I'll just like watch my YouTube or catch up on my messages or talk. I might clean my room or something, and I clean the house during the day and I'll organize my stuff at night type shit. So I just was noticing like I don't do much at night. I'll lay in bed for hours just awake. Sometimes I read, but it was like I'm not really doing anything. So I was getting really hard on myself for sleeping in lately, and then that was another reason where I was like, I need to stop drinking. I just need to stop drinking because that's not gonna perk you up in the morning either, you know. So being, I hate to use the word productive, but doing something important during that time, that midnight hour, right? Maybe we all meet up on stream. Maybe if you are one to sleep at that time, then having a dream journal would count as important for that time. Taking a bath, a salt bath, would be perfect to do at midnight. Um, Writing or recording, especially music, also good at the time. So we need to come back to not necessarily come back to being night owls, but if we're gonna be up anyway, we have to be doing something conscious for ourselves. Okay. Winter, the sacredness of pausing. It's about to be winter, and I think it hasn't hit us yet. Me anyway. It's fucking cold, and I'm like, damn, it's cold. It just started. It's November. The cold has just begun. We don't even know how cold it's gonna get. Right? Oh my god, I would love that so much, but it would be so hard considering how many countries we're from. Remember when we were all gonna go see the Barbie movie together? Do you remember? That was the dream. I was like, oh, we could rent out a theater for like $300. Oh, if only they let us sleep in there, right? God, that would have been so cool. Um, yeah, Morph and I can picture her, but I can't think of her handle. She was here all the time. What the fuck is her handle? I cannot remember right now. I don't know. You, Dom, Morph, um, the sorcerer. He doesn't come around anymore. I don't know what happened with him, but he was cool as fuck. Um, so many of the OGs that I don't even have contact with anymore. Cass, that's what I'm thinking of. Cass. Um, yeah, that would be so sick. Yeah, I know. Fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. But maybe we could do like a video chat sometime with the OGs. Again, I don't really talk to everyone. If I start streaming consistently, I think that we'll get back in touch. But if I don't stream consistently, it's very hard to like reconnect with people in that way. I can send out messages, but I know I'll forget someone, so we'll just see. But maybe we could do like a Zoom thing, like we all talk. Discord. Do they have video chat on Discord? I just think that'd be cool to see everyone and be like, how do we meet up like that? I know what some of you look like, but I don't know what others look like. So that'd be cool. But yeah, winter, it has not even technically started yet. That's what's crazy. Winter hasn't even technically begun. Oh, that's cool. Maybe we will get into Discord. Um, so going back to like the sleep schedule and getting more into the night owl, it's gonna be night all the time. It's gonna be night very early in the evening, very late in the morning, and that's gonna be our life. That's gonna be our life. So yeah, that's it's gonna be cold. So the sacredness of pausing, pause your expectations, pause your relentlessness, pause your ambitions. Even no, because I'm trying to get back into ambitions, but it's okay to sleep more. It's okay to want more rest. It's okay to stay inside. It's okay to not want to go out. It's okay to not want to do anything. It's okay to skip some things. It's okay to want to connect and pause the solitude and pause the work and pause, and just enjoy. Um, Dawn, the light after the darkness. We talked about this a lot tonight about having hope. We need to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We need to have hope in something. We need to be able to inspire ourselves and connect and have faith that things will work and love through it all. We have to. We have to. We have to. Um, it just is, like we have to know that good is coming. We have to truly believe that good is coming. And it's very hard to because like that's again, we've talked about all this stuff already. And so that's why when I kind of meant harvest hope. That's why when I said I don't know how important the tarot is, it is very much reiterating what we were already saying. Um, we we need to have a positive outlook, as hard as it is, as much as we think that it won't happen. We have to just think like the war will end, inshallah. He will be taken out, inshallah. Um, we have to believe that these things will happen. Justice will be served, inshallah. So we have to know it's coming. We have to know it's coming. We have to have an understanding that It may look bad now, but this is still a decade of love. This is a good, good times. And they're making it difficult for us, and it's hard to enjoy, but we will find a way. We will find a way, and we have to concentrate on that. Skull of Stars, infinite possibilities. We have to believe in ourselves. We have to see that there are alternatives. We have to see that things can happen in so many different ways, and that there are many timelines, and that there is so much. Okay. What did we talk about earlier? We have to watch what we say and speak in code. May the ice melt this winter. Right? May all the ice melt. So be careful of Gloria. I will explain that later. If you can't figure it out, we call it Gloria. We bitch about Gloria. There is so many ways things can work out. We have to believe it's going to work out in our favor. And this is like day one spiritualism. This is like the basics of the teachings of what we're going through. And so we have to be strong and capable of this time and say, hey, I believe that this is going to be the best time of my life. I believe this is going to be amazing for everyone. I believe that these problems will come to an end. I believe people will be free. I believe in peace, love, and justice. I believe in it. Amen. Here we go. Get it going. Get it popping. Because it is infinite possibilities. And if we focus on only the possibilities of, oh, well, they're going to ruin everything. They're going to destroy us. We're all going to starve and die. That's only one possibility. We have to factor in every possibility, right? So this next card has been spinning around. Every time I pick a card up, it shifts. So what's funny is that it is trick or treat, mischief, and play. So it's been in this position, this position, this position, this position. We need to know when to have fun and when to be serious. We need to know, it's basic discernment. I have fun a lot. Somebody asked how I have been. I'm fine, I'm having fun. I have a lot of fun. Sometimes I'm like, I'm having too much fun. Like, I'm not serious enough, right? Like, for as serious of a person as I am not serious enough. I'm having way too much fun. That's what I'm talking about with the drinking. Like, I've got to cut back, at the minimum, cut back, if not just completely quit. I'm having too much fun. I have to know when to get real about shit. And we're sitting here talking about infinite possibilities and seeing the light, but also being a little realistic. Like, protect your own future, right? Like, prepare for anything to happen, which does include good things, but we have to address that it could also mean bad things. So, we got to know, like, when and where is appropriate to have fun, and when and where it's appropriate to be serious, and how we need to enjoy ourselves, but also if we hear shit, say shit, right? Don't let shit slide. Don't laugh things off. Like, hey, that's not cool. Actually, I don't agree with you. You know what? I'm going to go, right? Like, it can't be fun all the time. It's not going to be fun all the time. But it is a balance and it's important. So we have to put in the work and be serious and say, I'm going to change for the better and I'm going to do what I need to do to take care of myself and others, while also being like, actually, I'm going to go to this party. I'm going to go to this event. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to do both of these things. It's the duality of man, having fun and being serious. And we have to do it. Last, Lady de los Muertos, acceptance and equality. I used to say this is my tip card, but I got generously tipped tonight. Thank you. Acceptance and equality. Okay, so that's again what we've been talking about. Believing there will be justice, believing there will be peace, believing that people will be accepted for who they are and stop resenting others for what they're not. Accept what is while also wanting the best for everyone. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm getting I'm going on the rails of the crazy train. And it's funny because he's dead. I'm sorry, that sounded wrong. So sometimes when I hear some reference to someone who passed away, I'm like, oh, maybe we should channel them. Totally getting a very clear picture. Not sure I want to talk to him. Oh, hey, Dom. He was big on the other side team. You know what I'm saying? Him and his wife were like, we love them. We love them. A digital poster? Are you putting it on Instagram? I'm excited to see it. Or is it for something else? Right. Yeah, so cool. Can't wait to check it out. I love those, obviously. I share them all the time. And I like it when they come in my feed, and sometimes I'm like, I just go check your page and be like, did I miss any? I don't think you'd be asking for beer, honey. Skull the stars again. Infinite possibilities. Oh, release. Ancestors, the love and legacy of our DNA, and Lady de los Muertos again, acceptance and equality. Of course, me too. Obviously, like you come, I don't know if you've ever missed a stream, Dom. Even if you come on here for 5 minutes or you just say, hey, I gotta go do something because it's like 8 o'clock right now. You have come to all my streams and I do feel like I learn a lot from you, and I'm interested in Buddhism and I'm interested in the things that you share in that sense of the spiritual sense, not like physically share, but you put a lot of insight and a lot of work into the things that you create. So yeah, I'm invested. That's my friend. Yeah, so I think seeing acceptance and equality with ancestors and knowing that it is, and I love it too. And I solemnly swear that I am going to try my damnedest. I'm going to beyond try. I'm going to force myself to do this more. Like I said, my days off, I'm just going to get ready. I'm just going to get dressed up and ready to stream every fucking day, no excuses. And I will find a time. I just don't think, like, sometimes during the day I have time. And part of me, I kind of was like, I miss making tarot videos on YouTube. But it was pointless because at least on here I'm monetized. I ain't never gonna monetize. It's so hard to monetize on YouTube and they made it harder. So, and also we just talked about how YouTube is like kind of sinking as a platform and they're very not for the people. It's very hard to replace these big platforms. But like TikTok, what do I do about TikTok? I want to use it and I want to post on there, but I'm also like, who's, what the fuck? I guess they're watching no matter what. But you really have to, like, I don't know, people are really, like, with their whole chest. Exactly, exactly, exactly. And that's why I like, but it got sold, dude. It got sold to some not so, not so great people. Weird times on the talk where I'm like, I want to delete this app, like straight up. But I gotta do something, you know. And it's hard to like. I am doing tarot offline, but business is still slow right now because of the general state of things. People don't just have extra money to like go get a reading, you know? Like it's very hard out here. And so yeah, I kind of do have to look to online to do that, but it's like all these platforms are dirty evil, and I don't know what to do anymore. And I don't know if it's like, okay, well, I guess if there's enough of us, what are they gonna do? Or, again, we're speaking in code anyway, like what can they really say? You know? It's like all kinds of stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Vampire, emotional intelligence, discernment. Um, yeah, so it is what it is. Skull stars again, infinite possibilities, ghost, regret. We do not want to miss any of the opportunities that we have. We kind of let them pass us by and get older and someday be like, damn, I wish I would have done this. I wish I would have done that. I should have tried this. I should have tried that. It's never too late, but one day it will be. Spider community and web weaving. We've been talking about that a lot tonight. That is very important right now. Also, there's a card face down and it flipped around. So it's upside down and I know it's scrying because I saw it. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say right now, you should not trust your intuition. You are coming from a place of paranoia, ill will, bad experience, the past. Oh shit, we gotta roll ads. Okay, we'll resume in a second. If you wanna go smoke, go smoke. If you wanna bump, let's go. Okay, sorry. I was I'm not gonna lie, I was having individual conversations with all of you that are on the stream. That's what I was doing for the last 5 minutes. So anyway, the fact that scrying, which is intuition, was upside down, face down, is like you. I know, 3 hour stream, right? It's been a minute. Um, yeah, I always end up streaming longer than I think I will, and it's awesome. But right now is not a good time to trust your intuition. You might think like, oh, I know this person is screwing me over, and I know what they're thinking, and I know this isn't going to be good, and I know that I'm perfect or whatever. Like, you're not thinking from a place of intuition. You're either thinking from a place of ego, or you're thinking from a place of paranoia, or you're thinking from a place of, again, past experience. That's kind of what we were saying like 10 minutes ago before the ad break. um Now is not a good time to trust your intuition. You have to like be open to what people or life is telling you, and realize that your gut probably has an unhealthy biome, right? Start drinking kombucha, you'll get your intuition back. But now is not the time to just like think fully intuitively. And that doesn't mean don't trust yourself. And it's not that it'll be this way forever. It's just like right now. Because your intuition might be telling you, just like going back to our whole conversation tonight, your intuition might be saying, like, things are bad, things are getting worse, this is not okay, da 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 da. But okay, well, if that's what your intuition is saying, and I'm saying don't listen to your intuition, we're getting back on the hope train, right? We're becoming happy. Get in, loser, we're getting happy again. Just saying. So it's that kind of thing. I dropped these cards, so anything that falls off the table is I set aside and use it as a future card. I don't know what these are, but they are face down and they are in reverse. So as time goes forward, eternal love in the reverse, face down. Um, I feel like this is a very specific message that may not apply to us all. And I usually think of this card as people who have passed away, but I think it could just as well be people that are still alive. But as time goes on, you have to learn to let people go. You absolutely can appreciate times that you spent with someone, but you do not need to actively love them for the rest of your life. You know, like you can be mad at them, you can kind of hate them, you can be done with them, right? Like, not, it's not that not all love is eternal. I kind of do believe in eternal love. Like, once we love someone, we always love them in some capacity. But you absolutely have every right and possibly every, there you go, and every reason to let go and to move on and to be like, there's no love here. There's no love here. You know? So just something to think about as time moves forward. Again, it could be someone who's passed on and it could be someone very much alive. But some love is not meant for a lifetime. And that's all there is really to it. Midnight. So again, winter is going to be a good time for the night owl experience, getting used to the dark, basically becoming vampires. It doesn't have to last forever. You can go to bed early when you have a reason to get up early. Okay, that's kind of the lesson here. It's just a little contradictory to see that in this position, but again, it's in the future. So there will be a time you want to go to bed early and get up early. That's fine, but now is not the time. Now we're trying to get our creativity back. We're trying to get our mindset back. We need those moments of silence in the night to think, to be alone, to be ourselves, to really, get our mind to where we want and need it to be. Cauldron, synergy and healing. So yeah, winter arc is gonna go crazy. So this is a good card to have an upright, and not great to see it in the reverse, but we're talking future once more. So we're gonna be putting in the work. We go to therapy, we go to meetings, we share with each other, we have these discussions, we do all this work, and we put in the time and the effort to what we're doing and who we are, and trying to help ourselves and in turn help others by helping ourselves. And at some point, you might feel like you just don't fucking want to anymore. You might be over your healing journey. Give it another 6 months, you'll be fucking sick of whatever you got going on. Promise. You might not. You might be working with someone on something in due time. Most likely, once winter has come to pass, is what I'm thinking for this future timeline. You'll be over it. You'll not want to work with them anymore. You'll be like, I'm good. I'm done. I'm totally all right on that. Goodbye. Good night. Say love you, right? Just saying. Creating through the ashes. At that same time that you're like, I'm over this shit. I don't want to heal anymore. I don't want to work on myself anymore. I don't want to work with this person. Da 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 da. You might also feel like abandoning things and saying, this shit got destroyed for a reason and I don't want to fix it and I don't want to recreate and I don't want to repurpose this moment. I want to live in my anger as my truth. I refuse to see the best in the situation and I'm blah, 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 blah. Okay, so be it. That's for future you to deal with. To say no more, to put up those boundaries, to have that in you. You know? It's all good. It's all good. But through winter, you know what we need to do? We're going to get ourselves back. We're going to get our spark back. We're going to become who we've always been and who we're meant to be. We've got this, and we got to get it going. Okay? It's a promise that we're making to ourselves and each other. Okay, I'm pretty much done with this deck. It's just got to feel right. Werewolf. Exploring wilderness. Yep. Cheers. Also, I'm going to share with you guys crazy. That's how it goes. Of course, it's not loading. Okay, ready? The greatest person is the one who dies unknown. Rama and Krishna were secondary heroes. The accomplished one lives in silence and dies in silence. Then their thoughts work on someone else. Ranjit Maharaj. I don't know who that is. Indian spiritual leader. That's what Dom was working on and just posted. Yeah, so that was Dom's thing. And he said um, he had finished a poster collage. So it seems like it's just us now. Just me, you, and 777, I believe. Um, it was a fun night. It was a good night. Remember when I used to stream for like 6 hours every day? That's crazy. But it's not crazy because at the like right now, I'm not that tired. We're having good conversation. I'm not gonna keep y'all up all night. I'm not about to stream for 6 hours. I didn't plan for that. I started way too late. If I started at like 9 o'clock, we could have streamed for 6 hours. But at 9 o'clock, I didn't even know I was gonna stream. And I talked to a friend of mine, called me, and I told her like I was crying, I was upset, and I did some things to make myself feel better, and I wanted to stream. And she said, "So stream. What else are you doing? What do you mean? Like, yeah, you're gonna stream." And she didn't. I don't want to say she bullied me into it, but she did. She was like, "You're streaming. Like, I don't really care what excuses you have. Do your fucking makeup." Or she actually said, "Don't do your makeup. Who cares?" And I'm like, "No, I like to be done up on the internet, you know." Um, she said, "Okay, well then do it. Get ready right now." Because we were on FaceTime, so she's like, "I'll watch." Like, you're doing it. And she is the reason that I streamed tonight, and I'm glad I did because I had so much support. I got new followers, um, chatters all night, lurkers in addition to. It was an awesome night. It was a truly awesome night. Um, Super dope. How many people showed up and how many people stayed. I mean, seriously, what a cool night. Um, I was intending on doing this deck because this is my spiritual deck, and the whole topic of the night was spirituality. I know. It's weird too that I texted you today because it really wasn't about the street. I just was looking for someone in my inbox, and I scrolled too far down, and I saw your name, and I was like, I haven't talked to him in a while. I should reach out. That's why I texted you, and then you just happened to text me back when I was streaming. It was weird like that, like weird like that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. Um, yeah. So I do feel like I ate a nice meal like right before this, and 3 hours is really not that big of a deal to me. Um, I think I am getting a little tired, but it is funny. I've been stuffed up since Saturday, and TMI, but when I blow my nose, it's clear. So it is allergies, but nothing's helped. Um, and I honestly, this is the best physically that I have felt since Friday when I felt fine Friday. And then Saturday is when I started to go down. Spending time with dogs and stuff, the winter weather, yeah. Because it got really cold. Um, this is like, I think it's finally passing, you know? Like, that's so crazy that it's just like, wow, actually, cool. Like, maybe I was clogged up, backed up, because I was keeping things inside. I wasn't sharing. I wasn't getting the opportunity to talk. I was holding back. I was basically making myself suffer and suffocate in that way. And the more that I've sat here and talked, the better I feel. It's actually wild. And that's why we have to promise that we'll be on here again soon. But it is just us. I think 777 might be falling asleep to the stream, which is totally fine. People do it all the time. But I don't know if I feel like doing anymore. I think I might go. Even though I'm having a really fun, cool, great time. I thought we'd make it another 30 minutes at least. It's because everything's dead. Everything's quiet, cold. It's like a cleanse. People think of the hot as a cleanse, but the cold is the cleanse. And it's like the fall time is so spooky, right? Like, oh, the mail is sitting, da 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 da. Okay, well, winter, it's gone, you know? But I agree, we really get into some shit. And I think it's because, like, summertime, I'm out more and have a lot going on or whatever. But winter, like, everybody's at home thinking. Who's up thinking? You know what I mean? And it is kind of like that time. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. Yeah. I really appreciate you being here for it because that's what really matters. Because if I was talking to myself, I wouldn't be going. Thank you. That's why I want to do it. I think it'll be easier to just say no to going out and stuff when it's cold out, and I would be happy to stay home. I just have to like curate a space to do the readings and stuff. And yeah, hope that like my friends and fams will come on the stream and join me and all that. Which obviously they will. Like the thing is too, the last dozen times I've streamed, when I was streaming every night, I posted it on Instagram. I put it on my story every time I was streaming. And there was nights we'd have like 25 people watching, and I don't know who they are, but like I don't know. It's just like crazy that I did post it on my story today, and people actually like saw that and showed up, and I got new followers. And they're my friends, and they follow me on Instagram, and so they went on Twitch, and they already had Twitch accounts, and they followed me on Twitch. Like that was really fucking cool. They popped in, they chatted, and they left, but it's whatever. They still showed up, and so yeah, I think I do gotta post it. But it just didn't seem like when I was just like kind of coming back to it and doing it once in a while, it didn't seem worth it to post it. Because it was like a slight embarrassment of like I even when I was talking to my friend while I was getting ready, I told her like I am a little more apprehensive about streaming because I used to get on there and share everything with people and just put it all on the internet, you know. And I'm like, I don't really know what I want to share now because I don't know who will be there and I don't know like where we left off and I don't know how to feel and I feel I don't think I said I felt like a fraud, but it does give me that vibe of being a fraud where I don't feel like my full spiritual self and I don't feel like a leader like I used to, you know? And so I was talking about that, where that was part of the reason that yeah, and that was the lesson tonight, where I was telling her I was apprehensive and blah, blah, blah. And that is part of the reason I stopped sharing it on my stories, where I was like, I don't know if anybody really cares, or what if they just come on here to make fun of me? And, you know, what if, whatever, like you said, touch so many people. Thank you. That's so true. I don't need to be anything. It's just me. It's who I am. That's real as fuck. Um, and I love it. I love it. And so, yes, I would love to get back into this regularly. I would. I don't work that much, and I was actually trying to go back to school next year. It's not going good. It's not working out. It's not. I don't think it's gonna happen. And then like my counselor lady who won't even be there by the beginning of next year, she's like, "Well, you can go in the spring and summer semester." And in my mind, I was like, I was not planning on doing that. Like, fuck, no, I'm not taking what? No, I want summers off. It's school. Like, do you even know what school is? Fall, winter. That's it. That's all I was trying to do. So I can't start this winter, and then maybe next fall. We'll see how it goes. We'll see where I'm at. We'll see what's going on. You know, because we gotta pay for our education here in America, and I don't want to do that. So I was trying to get financial aid for it, and it never got approved because of everything that's going on with Gloria. So, um, yeah, a little bit. We gotta come up with a nickname for her too, but not right now because then they'll know. Um, yeah, I think I usually do reach out. I never felt like I was overdoing it, and it never felt like a push to me before when I was doing it like every day. I literally do not even remember. Like, I know there was some nights I was busy and doing other things, but then like there would be nights that I would go out and come home at like midnight, 2 in the morning, and still fucking stream. Like, can you literally believe that? I'm trying to get back to it. I'm trying to like be in it, dude. Like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Um, yeah. Just gotta figure out a way. That's what I'm saying, dude. We like all stayed up all night until the fucking sun came up. And it was awesome. Yeah. Later than that. It would be like 5, 6 in the morning. It would be like, all right, we're gonna call it. Like, but yeah, starting at 1 a.m. Yeah. And then it'd be like, oh, sun's coming up, time to go. Like, it was, and I just think of it so fondly. I never felt burnt out. I never felt like it was too much. I never felt like I don't want to do this tonight, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I looked forward to it, and I looked forward to talking to all of you. Yeah, straight to sleep, straight to sleep. And it was honestly so perfect. I think about how I'd be like, literally like, and then come on here and be like, it would be like nothing. Like it comes so naturally to me, and it was so easy for me that like I could do anything. I'd be drinking, smoking, like it didn't fucking matter. I was doing the damn thing every fucking night, every night. So crazy, so crazy. I'd be on vacation, still streaming, still finding a place, like legit, like was dedicated so about it. But that's the thing is like, when you put that much effort in, you hope it pays off. And don't get me wrong, I appreciated the money I made and I got subscribers and it was awesome and everything. But it wasn't like a huge payoff and it wasn't like a full time, it was like working a full time job and not getting full time pay, you know? Um, but that's kind of what we talked about earlier is like you have to believe that it'll happen. And I kind of always, not that I doubted it, but I was just like, oh, well, I don't care. I'm having fun. I enjoy doing this, even if it's not, gonna be it, blah, blah, blah. But I do, it does make me curious, like what these streamers do to get in the positions they're in. But I think a lot of them were streaming before it became oversaturated and there wasn't as many streamers. So, um, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I don't know what could happen. And I think cross posting would help, but what do you mean? Like an audience? What do you mean IRL streams? Yeah, it would be so fucking cool. I think about that stuff all the time. Like I really am trying to figure out a way to expand what I do at the cons and what I do here and my day job. Um, it's hard. You know what? I maybe could try that this. Well, it is okay. So, a couple things. One, I have never been super straightforward about my location on Twitch. And I'm not really sure why, because I be tagging locations and being very obvious and saying exactly where I am on Instagram. So what's the big deal if it's Twitch? You know? Like the content we make gets posted after the con mostly, but I'll put on my story like I'm here with these people, right? So I don't think it would be super that much different to just do that on Twitch, but yeah, I don't know. I've said like I'm in the US, I'm in the Midwest. I even like fake the time of my time zone sometimes. And I'm admitting all this on live right now, but um I've just never been super straightforward about where I am at on Twitch. So yeah. But the other problem is it's like, okay, for example, this weekend, one of the cons we're going to is the biggest con in the area. And you can't even send a text message. They have two every year. So, like, the one in May is like that, where you can't even send a text. Vendors can't make Venmo transactions. Like, it's bad. Like, you just don't get service in there. You can't get on the Wi Fi or anything. Even if you got on the Wi Fi, it's still slow as fuck because it's so many people. But the other con we're doing is very much smaller and is probably going to be a lot less people, where that is a possibility. And it could be really fun. I have a friend that I do I almost call it a blog. I have a friend that does the podcast with us. She's kind of like a guest. She's one of us. I don't know. Um Nobody goes to everything. She goes to more stuff and does more interviews than a lot of the people that are like number one on our shit. But she has a vlog. So she like films. Oh shit, you're talking about investing. Okay. She films a bunch of videos and then she edits it together later. Like, we know that's not my style, not my swag. I don't edit. Even when I made YouTube videos, none of it was edited. It was a fucking tarot reading. What do I gotta edit? So, like, props to her and our videographer. He does so much editing. I mean, his edits are crazy. Um, like, splicing video and audio together. Like, it's honestly nuts. Um, but yeah, I want to be able to promote, like cross promote what I do across all platforms. And that's kind of what I was just getting at. How I feel a little hesitant about using TikTok and Murder, and all these platforms, but I have followings and, you can monetize it. You can do it. And so I want to make more content, put myself out there, but I also am like, fuck, dude, it's all rotten. Like the internet is so rotten. These people are so rotten. And I'm just making them so much more money than I'll ever make, you know? So that's part of the reason I haven't really been posting anything, to be honest. You should. You should. I'm super interested in at least trying, you know. But yeah, I think to a certain extent, it's just going to come down to, you know, if somebody really wanted to find me, they could. Like, scary as fuck, but true. Like, I don't think it'd be a very big deal to just be like, I'm at this convention right now, you know? So I think you might be onto something. Um, there would just be a lot of like downtime with streaming, and I wouldn't be able to control the ads or anything. Um, because if you stream on your phone, you can't connect with the laptop. Remember, I have done it before, but I don't remember what I did. I can't change the screen on there though. I can't do the BRB screen. And maybe if I could download OBS, but you just stream straight from Twitch when you use your phone. So it would definitely be different, but I think it would. I think you're right. Yeah, no, that's true too. They just make better content. Um, but it would be fun, like going through the motions and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. I like the idea. I think you might be onto something. And again, cross promoting, all that shit is on my Instagram anyway. So like, what difference does it make? You know, like I said, if I'm posting my location on Instagram, it's saying exactly where I am. Um, then why does it matter? Okay, that'd be sweet. I would really like that. Damn, we're so close to 4 hours. But look at me. I got my head down. I'm just talking to you. Wouldn't that be sweet though? Can you come here? Like, where, how would you get here? Where would you go? It would be kind of cool though. Um, love that idea. I am always with a bunch of dudes. Sorry, this is driving me nuts. I know, I'm really not. So, oh, but you moved. I'm about to see how far. You still are where you said you were earlier? My friends were just there actually. But getting in and out would be fucking crazy. You're not. Oh, got it. Okay. That, oh, I didn't realize Montreal's 9 hours away. So that's really close. That's really close. I mean, that's like a school field trip. See, we're already revealing my location just as much as yours. So again, we probably could do the live stream at the place, and I feel like that's a thing too. Is like TwitchCon, like they all go and they stream live there and stuff. So yeah, it could be cool. It could easily be cool. Could definitely be cool. Um, I feel like you would really like this deck if you haven't seen it already, but I really don't. I have like it in me to actually pull any cards from it. So what we can do is pick up where we left off next time. Could even be tomorrow, except it's my friend's birthday. Um, so I don't know what she's got planned, but I I might be doing something with her. So I don't know. We were trying to make plans last week and we never settled on anything. So I'm not sure. She's getting in late too, so she might. I think she took the next day off work and everything, but I didn't. So, but I work late, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, what an awesome stream. This was seriously so good. I like really appreciate everybody who's coming. Hell yeah, that's sweet. That would be so dope. Yeah, really good stream. And I think this is how I would stream for like 6 hours because I'd be like, but I'm having so much fun. My friends are here. It's going so well. I have views and chats. Whereas some nights it'd be like, no one. Dude, there was sometimes where I would talk for an hour before anybody showed up. I've never had, I mean, there's maybe been like one or two times I had literally 0 viewers, but I've always, and I obviously don't know who it is, but there's always one viewer. It was weird. One viewer every single stream I've ever done, except for like a moment here and there where it's at 0. There's always one person. I low key think it's like the same person gets a notification, they jump on and they watch, but they never say anything. And so I remember one night specifically where it was like, that's so weird. Yeah, that's why I just text you, you know. But there was one night specifically, it was just one viewer the whole hour and a half that I'm talking. So I was like directly talking to someone, but they were not talking back. And I still did it. And so, like, yeah, I do think it's a gift. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is a gift. And I have to not discredit myself and undermine my experience in that way, you know? By like saying, oh, well, anybody can do this, and all I'm doing is talking and blah, 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 blah. Like, no, dude, like, that's actually crazy that you could talk to yourself for an hour and a half or have a one-sided conversation. Like, I don't know, but some people are nonverbal, right? So even if it was real life, you could be talking directly to someone's face and they might not respond because they're nonverbal. That doesn't mean that they don't want to hear you talk and they don't want to be a part of the conversation and they can't smile and react in certain ways, you know? So it is what it is, right? And I think it's a gift to be able to talk to anyone about anything at any time. And if somebody wanted to stare at me while I was talking in real life, I would include them, unless it was in a creepy way. But, you know, if they just simply are quiet, then it is what it is. This is crazy though, because it hasn't been happening consistently at all. I feel like it didn't flash for the last half hour. Now it's flashing again. So weird. So, I'm gonna put everything away and clean shit up. So I'm gonna get in bed and not be able to fucking sleep. Probably. I've considered that too. Like, I'm pretty sure there's an ASMR category. There's like beds and sleeping category. I want to look. I wonder if I can search the categories. Yeah. Yeah, there's only 22 viewers in tarot right now. I look so good. I'm actually so proud of myself. I look so cute. Sorry, I don't mean to brag. How do I look? Categories. Show more. Okay. Music, art. We've done the art category a few times. Tarot, just chatting. Okay. Music has 4.3 thousand people watching. Art has 6,000 people watching. Tarot has 22 people watching. That's why I'm like, yo, the tarot category is probably hurting my stream, to be perfectly honest. And what I need to be doing is picking these other categories, and then when it's actually time to do tarot, switching to tarot. Because you can change it in midstream. Just chatting? So 4,000, 6,000, 22. Just chatting has 1,000, 148,000 people watching right now. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. I did try reading on here, but I just like, oh yeah, and I love my fucking fake nails. I don't know why it's not showing me like all categories for some reason. Maybe we'll go to browse. Oh, IRL, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, IRL is its own category. So it's like a category and a subcategory. Cooking stream. 250 days of streaming. We outside, now we inside. Classroom stream, that doesn't seem good. Grocery shopping. I didn't realize IRL was like an actual category. That's really cool. That's cool. I'm gonna follow it. Okay. Games, music and DJs, creative. What do they got in creative? Art, co-working and studying. I'm gonna maybe look into that too. Like if I ever am trying to get back, I am actively trying to get back into writing, and it's super hard. And I'm trying to go back to school. Obviously, we talked about that. So I do feel like that could be really cool. And like we just talked about ASMR, so I'll follow that. What's interesting is talk shows and podcasts. That's what we would do at a con because we're a podcast and we interview people, so it's kind of like a talk show. That's cool as fuck, dude. Oh my god. Maybe, babe, maybe this is the answer to all of our streaming problems. Like, I think I just need to branch out. You know? Like, I think that's really what it comes down to. Is getting on some of these other, yeah, yeah. I'm not super into ASMR, I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit, may contain sexual themes? What are they doing in the ASMR? What the fuck? I'll have to watch some of these. These are cute anime girls, a lot of these. Some of them are literally cartoons, like it's very bizarre. And I need a mic. I probably need to buy a new mic or get a new cord for my mic. Cause yeah. All right, sorry, I was not looking at the chat. Yeah, I think I thank you. I'm glad that I stayed and had this conversation with you. I think that might be why my channel, like, I'm not gonna lie, I think my Twitch channel has grown a lot for me not advertising and not being good at the tech stuff and not having the best technology and all that. Um, I think it's gone pretty great. Um, I think I think I've done really well. I have over 450 followers just organically. I never paid to advertise. I never promoted myself. I don't use stories. I don't game. I mean, it's still a gaming platform. Um, so I've always been really happy. And like I said, when in my peak streaming days, I had 30 to 50 subscribers, like at all times, basically. And that's fucking cool, you know? But now I'm realizing the tarot category is holding me back, especially because I think a lot of people aren't on here for tarot necessarily, but I'm not doing tarot half the time. We talked for 2 hours before I pulled out any cards, and now we've talked for about an hour since I pulled cards. So why stay on this category? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I think vlogging it too would be cool if you like recorded, you did your lives, but also like put things together. Yeah, exactly. That's what I need to be doing is like just chatting IRL and then going back and being like, okay, we're going to do tarot now. So people actually know when we transition into tarot. Because I think people tune in to my stream and they want tarot and they expect tarot right away. And then they get impatient because I won't stop talking and I'm just yapping and yapping and yapping and we're having a whole fucking conversation over here. And they're like, okay, I don't care anymore. I'm gone. Because the people who are on here for tarot want tarot. They don't want to hear me talk. So I think we're really onto something. I think that we got something good. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Insane. Insane. Um, yeah, yeah. And I think I'll talk to the guys. I think maybe they'll even make a Twitch account for the podcast. But it's hard because we do interviews, but we're walking around looking for people to interview and going up and asking people if we can interview them, you know? So I feel like trying to stream that would be awkward. We're like a typical podcast. I don't know why they call themselves a podcast. We're a YouTube channel, but there has been podcast content like the last con, not the last one I went to, but the one in May where they're having the second one this weekend. Um, there is really okay. You'll have to let me know. Um, we had a setup. We had mics and a whole thing. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. My guy was like, touch this button and this button. Leave all these adjusted as they are and interview whoever you want. So I did actual podcast interviews when he wasn't there to film. And I don't even know what fucking like I don't even know where that went or what platform it's on or anything. I never heard the edited. I've never heard it. I don't know. I probably don't pay enough attention to that stuff. I just watch everything he posts on Instagram. I don't even get notifications about the YouTube anymore. The video, like the longer form videos, but um, I wonder if they would be into doing Twitch or if it's worth us having a Twitch podcast or me just setting up a stream with our podcast title and doing it for them and being like, this is us, and then like only doing it when I'm there. So we shall see. And then I don't know, there's like all the in between stuff where it's like people, especially my people, don't really want to be on camera all the time. Especially the people who aren't on camera. Like I don't know. Something to think about for sure. It's the logistics. I'll talk to them about it Saturday and see if we can start it up Sunday because we're doing back to back cons. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think it's time to like step up my game a little bit. And maybe it's just about sucking it up and doing what you gotta do and being on the evil internet or whatever. But I agree. I think it's time. And working together would be awesome. How else am I gonna stay young if not for the young people? You know? Um, cool. So I got new goals. New goals. Gonna post, gonna stream, gonna switch things up. I gotta do it. Okay. I'm a little vulgar in real life. I just try not to be on stream. I got a bad email at work the other day. Some lady said I didn't appreciate the cussing, and I was like, "Bitch, I said he don't have his shit together. I don't think he was an asshole, like that kind of thing. I wasn't sitting there being like, fuck this, fuck that, fuck you, fuck them. Like, probably didn't even drop an F bomb the whole time I did a 45-minute reading. 45 fucking minutes. I dare you not to cuss for 45 minutes. She didn't email me. She emailed my boss. And I defended myself. But I'm like, she's overreacting. Not to mention, if you don't like cussing, just say that. Say it in the moment. Don't fucking like sit here and listen to it for 45 minutes without saying anything, without putting up a boundary, without mentioning it. Then you get the whole reading and now you want it for free. Is right. Fuck off is correct. Like, that's honestly crazy. That's honestly crazy. And she's like, oh, I don't know if it was for me. Girl, tell me why she couldn't tell me anything about her own people that she wanted to talk to. And I'm like, is this how they met? Is this when they met? Is this what happened? Is this she had no idea. How do you know it's not for you then? If you don't actually know the answer to any of the questions I'm asking you. It's why you came to me for answers in the first place. Girl, listen. 6 months from now, she's gonna think, wow, that was a pretty good reading. Go ahead. But they don't come back when they're wrong. They don't come back and admit that. I completely agree. Completely agree. But I didn't. That's what I'm saying. I was not like, again, what I had said was he may not have his shit together. And at another point, I said, he may have seemed like an asshole. And at one point, I probably said, if she was a bitch to you. I didn't cuss at her. I didn't drop the F bomb. Like, it was not that serious, bro. And again, if you don't like cussing, fucking say that the first time I say a cuss word. If you don't mind using different language, she's butthurt. She's butthurt. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was such a bullshit complaint. Like, I don't know. Most people just laugh if they hear me say something off the wall. And also, it's in my description in my bio that I might strike a nerve, which I got some feedback and I was like, I would change that, and I didn't. So, yeah, it was kind of crazy, but yeah. Oh wow, more people have joined us. That's really funny. Just listening to me bitch about work. We're at that point of the stream where me and the homie are just having a one-on-one conversation in front of anyone, and then we're gonna post it on the internet for essentially ever. Kind of funny. But I did ramble and talk things out with you on here for a reason because we are only 1 minute away from a 4 hour stream somehow. I probably will look back at my YouTube archive. It's not even archived, it's public now. I've posted every stream I've ever done. And then I kind of regretted it because I was like, am I a crazy person? Because I'm just so different now that I'm like, oh shit. That's crazy. Should I be embarrassed? Like, you know. But no, I'm proud of myself. I wanted people to be able to access um, whatever they wanted to see. But part of the problem is that I titled them very randomly. And I don't know what I'm gonna talk about when I go on stream. And so I can't like title it based on the conversation. If that makes sense. Like tonight I made a joke about my emotional support nails. So I titled the stream Emotional Support. The last stream I did, I had Rubber Band Girl on repeat all day, so I named it Rubber Band Girl. Like it's random. I don't have a plan. So when you look back at the streams, you would have to literally like remember what I'm wearing that day. If you wanted to like rewatch a specific stream, you'd have to be like, oh, she had her Kirby hat on when we talked about that. Like you'd have to take notes of the date that I did the stream, or more so the outfit that I'm wearing, because I don't know, I don't always upload them right away. I've been trying to get in the habit of just uploading it as soon as I'm done, but there are times where I wait a couple days and I don't get to it right away, and yeah, so it was also like um, cool paintings. Um, with the crystals, I forgot that existed. Oh my god, I got too much stuff. But with the YouTube videos, it was really easy because it would be like, this is a Taurus video in the month of June. And so all my YouTube videos are organized um, by the month of the readings and the month and the year of the readings. And so you can find what you're looking for. You know, it's crazy how much my look changed over the years. It's actually adorable to see. Um, really, really cool, actually. And all the different places that I've read. It's so fun. It's so fun. But yeah, my Twitch streams are not organized in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Um, so I feel bad about that. Let's see if I even added. What? Dude, I put timestamps on this one. That's so crazy. I'm confused. I scrolled all the way down on this playlist and it's old ass videos. Old videos. And I'm like, do they max you out on how many? Because I know I added to this playlist. Is there page 2? I'm so confused right now. What the hell? I'm so confused. Where's the rest of the playlist? What? Um, the playlist stops. What's the date? March 6th, 2024. That's when that's when I put it on the playlist. That's not when I recorded this because I didn't live in that house in 2024. That really clean pissed me off. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Once I clicked on a video, it let me keep scrolling. Is it gonna do it again? There we go. Way more recent. Oh yeah, that was my last stream. Okay, okay. So they are all on the same playlist, but maybe I should make different playlists. So, oh, apparently I did a 4-hour stream a couple months ago. That's hilarious. It was July. I did a 4-hour stream. Okay, so I guess I'm just still good at this. But before that, it's been a while. Before that, I was only doing 3.5 at the most. Wow, really long time ago. Really long time ago. Five and a half hour stream. Not since 2020. 2023. Not since 2023. 5.5 hour stream. This must have been the last stream I did in that house. It's actually crazy. That's so funny. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Okay. Yeah. That's so cute. We did shave our heads at the same time without knowing. Shit, I have to roll ads or leave. I'll just put a minute on. It'll give us 20 minutes. Whatever, we're the only ones here. So you don't have time for sig. No time for sig. Be back in 1 minute. What you think? It's been a cannibal summer. Going nowhere. Going nowhere. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just played a 1 minute ad. That's why I was like, do not go anywhere. It is fun looking back on the streams. Like I said, I've changed my look so much and like I don't know, it's really cool seeing like the last stream I did before I moved a couple years ago was 5.5 hours long. That's crazy. But yeah, it is time because the thing is the longer I do this, I'm starting to get hungry and I don't want to eat before bed. I ate before streaming. I don't really need to eat every 4 hours, but you're supposed to not eat 4 hours before you sleep. It helps you sleep better and flush your brain. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Like, I have been streaming since, I've been making YouTube videos since 2020. And I think I started streaming Twitch at the end of 2020 or the beginning of 2021. That's crazy. Totally crazy. I was still in my 20s. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And never once did I feel like it was a waste of time. And lately I'm like, oh my God, I'm wasting so much of my time playing these stupid games and texting people. Not that I never have a problem texting people, but like I will strike up multiple conversations just to have people to text. It's like, it's annoying for me, you know? But yeah, it's time to go. I made it a really long time. I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sitting with me. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for bouncing ideas. We got some really good ideas that I'm really excited for. Finished my coconut water, so I'm nice and hydrated before bed. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. I can't wait. And I'm gonna be back soon. I'm gonna be back really soon. Like I said, tomorrow I might be hanging with my friend whose birthday it is. Unless she made other plans, it's totally fine. Then I will find a way to stream. Friday after work, I'm probably not gonna do anything, but I have the cons Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, I will not be able to stream at that con. I already know I'm not gonna be able to stream at the con. There's no chance. It's not happening. But Sunday, I might try an IRL podcast stream, you know? And then Monday, I work and we usually go out after work, which is totally like fine to do once a week or whatever. But Tuesday, I'm gonna try to start streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And there might be occasional things that come up and I have something to do, but those are my days off. So I'm gonna try to stream. And it is midweek, but it worked out this week. Like so many people tapped in. So, and I will try to start maybe earlier, but I don't know if I'll be able to. I've always started it late, 10 p.m. or later, always. Never, because anytime that I've streamed before that, it's just awkward. It's like weird. I've tried daytime streams and it's like a totally different crowd, and they actually like are way less cool during the day. So yeah, I'll text you for sure. Oh, I don't want this stream to end, but I gotta go to bed. I'm getting tired and hungry and rubbing my face, and I'll take the hat off and stuff. So that was a cute. That's a cute. Okay. All right. Love you. Thank you. Thank you all. Good night, good luck, and all that stuff. I appreciate you, and I will be back. I will for sure be back next week. It's a promise I'm making to myself and to you. I will be back next week, if not tomorrow. I just have to figure it out. I would say Friday, but because I'm not making plans because I have a con, but if I can't do this the night before a con, I can't be up until like 4 in the morning. So thank you. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Mwah.